233 others are expected to support the motion after the debate. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah says Tuesday is the day, further calling on President William Ruto not to interfere.
There is an impeachment motion against the Deputy President, and as Member of Parliament for Kikuyu, I have already appended my signature to it. And I will support that impeachment motion to stop a process where government is being undermined and sabotaged from within government. Hivi yale mambo tuliwaambia tutawafanyia tuweze kuyatekeleza, but it is not tenable, it is not feasible that for another 3 years tutakuwa ni siasa ya mlima, siasa ya lakeside kwa kina Bishop Okoh, siasa ya baharini huko coast. Tufanye siasa ya maendeleo ambayo itatuwezesha tufanye yale mambo tuliyoelezea.
Article 150 of the Constitution provides 3 board grounds for the removal of the Deputy President from office in line with provisions outlined for the removal of the President under Articles 144 and 145. In that argument, the Deputy President will be asked to defend himself about the accusations of buying luxurious hotels using public money, as well as violating national and international laws. At the same time, Gachagua's previous offences of attacking High Court Judge Esther Maina and NIS Director General Nudin Haji have been brought up. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has urged Azimio MPs not to interfere with the political wrangles that are ongoing in Kenya Kwanza. Speaking in Kitengela, Kalonzo has also expressed the need for Azimio MPs to distance themselves from the motion to oust the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from power.
A government that obviously has failed, and the blame game continuing. Mheshimiwa Mamai, nakushukuru, wewe ni Azimio. I want to suggest mambo ya Kenya Kwanza kule kwa bunge, let them wanyoroshane huko.
Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni on his part has termed the plan to impeach Gachagua as a diversion to the leadership challenges being witnessed in the country.
Hizi vipindi zilichezwa tukaachwa Chakahora. Hii kipindi ilichezwa wakakula kondoo ya uhuru. Hii kipindi ilichezwa wameenda na Jomo Kenyatta. Kipindi imechezwa watoto wako nyumbani. Kipindi imechezwa hospitali hamna madawa.
Kalonzo, who has claimed that MPs are being paid 100,000 shillings to sign the motion, has also asked his MPs not to be coerced.
But because they're going to tell us a lot, we want them to tell us a lot more, so that the country can be free. Lakini msio watu patiwa shilingi 100,000 unaweka sahihi. We don't want to go that way. Hey, before you sign, let us know what it is all about. We are not here. We don't want to agree to discuss those diversionary tactics. Jimmy atawelezeni akipata nafasi. Without Finance Act 2024, there is no valid government in place. Hakuna.
Businessman and Sefina party leader Jimmy Wanjigi has publicly condemned what he describes as ongoing political harassment by the Kenya Kwanza administration. This follows a troubling incident that occurred at his Muga residence on Saturday night, where he claims police vehicles invaded his property and spilled the blood of an unidentified animal outside his gate. Wanjigi has characterized this act as intimidation and a direct threat to his life.
Came with buckets of blood and poured at my gate in Muthaiga. Now, I want to say that normally that is an act of warning. That is an act to say, we are going to spill your blood. Tutamwaga damu yako. Na yako na familia yako.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning this Monday. All right, a quick look at what's happening down. I know the rains have come down and things are looking a bit soggy here and there, but not to worry. But getting into Monday, all the same. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on the Thika Superhighway. Just a smidgen of traffic as you're getting towards the CBD. And if you're coming out of Westlands, no problem here at all. Off of Jogo Road, you're fine getting towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. And as you come off Uhuru Highway, we're not seeing much of anything happening right now. Let's see how Monday morning kicks off. We'll be here for it. Let us know. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How are you doing? It's the 30th of September, 2020 what? 2024. How you doing?
I'm all right.
You had a good weekend?
I did.
Welcome to Monday.
I didn't want it to end.
You know? Even me, I'm just sick and tired of these 30-minute weekends.
I know, right? You blink and it's over.
Yeah.
You breathe in and it's done.
What on earth is this? Who signed up for it? Yeah?
And it's just 6:13 on a Monday morning.
Brody, come on. Surely. What nonsense is this? Nonsense. Hatupendi mambo kama hii. Sisi hatupendi.
Sasa tunafaa kufanya nini?
Yeah?
Tuombe Mungu.
Tuombe Mungu atujalie. Tuishi maisha bora, milele. Otherwise, you had a good weekend.
So it was okay. What's Mbogi?
Mbogi ni posy.
That doesn't help me at all.
Hey, see, when you have a posy, you have a posse.
When you have a?
Your crowd.
Okay. Got it.
Mbogi yako ni crowd yako. Umeelewa sasa?
Nimeshika.
Okay. So where is that coming from?
No, so I was in the vehicle and I don't know, we're trying to get parking. So my friend was like, he was talking to the guy over there and saying, help us move. He said it in Swahili. Now the Swahili is gone. You know how you ask somebody to help you check when you're driving, to check if the thing is okay over there. And it was like, hey bro, nisaidie hapo. Then the guy said, we, uko sawa. Si, uko na mbogi hapo.
Mbogi here was you.
And the other people in the vehicle.
Was you plus now you.
So I wasn't quite sure. And I don't know in that moment why I didn't ask. What does that mean?
So,
anyway.
Yeah, basically, alikuwa anasema you should be doing that job that you're asking him to do.
Okay. Sawa.
Hii kazi unanipatia nifanye? Uko nao kwa gari unafanya kazi gani?
Bas.
They should earn the right. Surely.
War on earth.
Yeah, just in that, like, passenger princesses. Come on. Absolutely no way.
Passenger princesses. Okay.
Anyway, Nisisi Baro ndio tuko. CT is coming back next month. So it is decided.
Imagine next month.
He's coming back next month. Hii mwezi hakuna maneno kama hiyo.
September never.
Never. So, here is the issue. Today, we shall have a conversation. First, we'll be joined by Arnold Maliba to discuss several things. Okay?
Mhm.
Sasa huyu bwana anaitwa Lydiah ameweka Arnold anakuja saa 2 na ni saa 1. Ama anakuja saa ngapi Arnold Maliba?
Si anakuja saa 7. Saa 7. Saa 1.
Kufanya nini?
Anakuja saa 7. No, anakuja saa 1.
Saa 1?
Si ndio Rija? Yeah.
Alafu Lydiah to mix up. Anyway, today we are going to be looking back into what's happened in this country, right? This year. There are several things that have happened. We have seen particularly painful bits of people disappearing, people dying, people being found dead. And the authorities that are supposed to be investigating this are simply just not concluding the investigations.
Absolutely.
And the people who've lost their loved ones are assumed to have moved on.
Your guy disappeared. See, it's been months. You're fine.
There's a family that sent their daughter to university in Nairobi. The daughter, a young girl, had classmates who were saying that she's a brilliant girl, she's a quiet, polite girl. That girl was found decapitated. The folks were told, come and see. And they saw the headless body of their... How old was the girl again?
20?
20. Was she 19 or 20?
20? Just about 20.
No, 19, I think.
Rita Waenyi.
Right? And that was it. And then the head is found very, very many kilometers away, days later.
A terrible, terrible death.
And that family is expected to have,
moved on.
Yeah. The investigators are working on it. They're working on others there. I mean, what is happening in this country? What's happening? Those are the things that we'll be discussing today. Just be ready.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun to hear, but it's absolutely important to hear.
Yep. Those are the things that we shall be discussing today. 18 minutes after 6. We're live streaming the show everywhere, Senor.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do like that. Tell us about the weather, and then we look at who is online.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions this morning in Nairobi. We'll see highs through Monday of 24 and lows of 15. It's cloudy at 13 in Nakuru with highs of 23 and highs of 24 and lows of 14 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri. At 12 degrees, cloudy conditions in Eldoret with highs of 22, and Mombasa is cloudy at 24 with highs of 30. 30 will be the high in a mostly sunny Malindi, currently at 24. It's cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 28, and mostly cloudy at 17 in Kakamega with highs of 26. 18 in Kampala and cloudy, highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam at 24 is partly sunny with highs of 30. And we're looking at clear conditions at 7 in Johannesburg with highs of 20 and lows of 2. It is 25 and will be mostly sunny in Mogadishu with highs of 31 and lows of 24, while at 14 it's cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 13. Lagos cloudy at 26 will go to highs of 30, while it's clear at 24 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32. We're looking into a cloudy Paris at 13 degrees, highs of 17 and lows of 12, while it's a rainy morning in London at 13. We'll see highs of 16 and lows of 12. New York cloudy at 16 on Sunday night. Coming into Monday, highs of 17 and lows of 15.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
It's Nairobi. 6. Who's online?
Hey, wait a minute.
Get there.
You threw me off. Just, people don't really know what goes on.
Come back here.
On the breaks when you're not on air. Let me just blame you. Good morning, everybody. Desmond Oti says good morning, everybody in that situation room. Ndu, Achieng, hi. Don't know. Latiff, the way we are busy with DP's impeachment, can someone kindly confirm JKIA is still there? You know, you can wake up one morning and you just go and
Who
see
knows,
land.
by the way? Yeah, that's
land.
true.
There's nothing. The thing has been lifted.
Upata sio Kimau iko Nairobi.
Michael Olande says good morning. All the week is going to be a juicy, newsworthy one. It looks like. The DP is on the line. Well, let's see. Jimmy Munothi says good morning, Spice. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert. And Evans is tuned in, and says, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mulima Wachara Shemechi. Okay, so Sky Simba says Harambe Usiguze Murima. Kenya is bigger than Murima. Good morning from New York. Leshan Sancha is tuned in this morning from Kisumu. Tampa, as in Florida, that's where Mumbai is. Anthony Karanja says good morning, watching from Dallas. Hope everyone will be wagging. Hope people will stop wagging the dog to hide what's really going on. I really feel you on that one, Anthony, because I think there's a lot of dog wagging happening right here to take attention away from the things that are really important.
You think so?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of it currently going on. Peter Kiaria says good morning. They are selling to... Okay, you guys wanna... When you're writing these things, you write so that... Okay. The Gachagua impeachment story is what they're selling, thinking we will forget about Adani. You see? Do you see now? My prince, 100 million shillings for a national dress. Excuse me. Many years ago, I was not in Kenya, but I had read back and forth. I had left and come back. There was something about a national dress. You people sold national dress, Abi. Then what happened?
See now, clearly there's no national dress.
Now you want to sew another one.
See now we have to get it. It's important we get a national dress. What's the problem? 100
million.
100 million?
Yeah, boy.
Pesa kidogo bwana.
After all, nakunywa salmon ya 24. So, hey, traveling 24. Anyway. Linus Gitonga says good morning. Oganyi Malala says good morning, everybody. Let us wait for the impeachment drama. I know. Eliana Yabesh says good morning. I hope it's not just me who loves Monday. Well, you might be few, but okay. Good morning from Naivasha, Manchester United. Wow. Mambo di mangapi. Tachu.
Oh yeah.
Sir George Gashuri says who banged the table and why? Which table?
Kule sijui mkutano.
Somebody banged the table. Okay. Kim, we see you. Good morning. You're saying everybody is corrupt, eh? Raphael Kige says, good morning, my good people, sitting back silently and watching as Kenya is thrown to the wolves. Whoa, no, don't sit back and watch back. Gitahi is saying, let me just tell you what he's saying.
Tell us.
Being rough this morning. And said that, you mean the whole of Standard Media Group company, no technician can fix an online radio problem? That's a radio guard in a letter, Shida.
That's a good question, though.
It's a good question. In fact, I will take a picture and send it to the guy.
And we have many highly qualified and competent
people. Can you see me taking the picture of your comment? I'll do something about it. Good morning, Leo. He says good morning to the princess. Soon to be queen. I'm just saying. Everybody. So now KK, after buying the church, now decides who's allowed to enter it or not. The Book of Lamentations that Rigathi is reading is an old script. It is corruption, says Tim.
Is there any script that's not old?
I don't know. Manuscript. Okay. So we'll see. Pap says I should ask CT. I can't do that right now because he's not in the room, but I promised to ask him about all these things you're asking me about 1963. Sawa. Joe Mungai says our MPs are working. I hope the speed at which they have worked on Gachagua will also be applied in matters oversight, legislation and representation. Bang on the money. That's what it is, man. If you can see people being so fast, 200, what I don't know, collected in a very short time. How about legislation on certain things that ought to happen in the country? Will we see such speed and alacrity when it comes to those?
It's only Monday. Why are people so salty?
It's
what kind of weekend did you have?
You guys, which weekend did you have?
Surely.
Washington Okechi says, good morning. He's tuned in. CT is still not here. He'll be back next month, like Eric said. Nyakario says, have a wonderful day, a fruitful day, and a great week. I just love your show. That is what Douglas Kibogong is saying.
Sana
Imagine
Douglas.
after night shift, we will tune into Spice. Otherwise, Perth is well represented.
Very good.
Rachel Wajiro is also here saying good morning. Serikal says good morning as well from a place in Finland that we can't pronounce because it's full consonants. There are no vowels.
Just try.
Vascular.
That one.
Good morning, team. Tuned in from Kisii. That's Joseph. Svlina is here. Lynette is also tuned in. Yahya Mukhtar is also here. Bernardo Kello, Byron Odhiambo, DJ Chiki is also tuned in from Kitale. And Rebecca Sogonye says, somebody must go. Gahashte. Okay, guys. So many of you are online this morning. It's a good Monday morning. Thank you for being here every day.
Somebody else says, I say hello to you. Her name is Kerubo.
Kerubo?
Yes,
Oh,
Kerubo
really?
says hello.
Oh, hi, Kerubo. How do you know Kerubo?
I don't know. Just says, say hi to Ndu.
Sawa basi. Nimepokea salamu Kerubo, asante.
And this person in Perth, the time in Perth right now is 11:26 p.m.
PM. Yani, they're almost at tomorrow.
Imagine. Hey, my goodness. Oh, my word.
Oh, my word.
Oh, my word. Hey, that is on one end. What time is it in Ankara?
Ankara ile ya Turkey.
Ile ngine ile.
Nchi gani hiyo?
Anchorage. Time in Anchorage.
In Alaska?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
What time is it?
Let's check.
Let's see.
Let's see what time it is.
Still Sunday, Uko. Time in Anchorage is Sunday, 7:27 p.m.
They're still on Sunday. They're 11 hours behind.
It's 7:27 p.m.
Yeah, boy.
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah, yesterday. What? Hiya. Proverbs for this week will come from, now that we've decided let's enter in Senegal, so let's complete
And just finish.
and just finish Senegal.
Okay.
Sawa, right? Now there's a strip of a country that's inside Senegal.
Yes.
It's called what?
Gambia.
The Gambia.
The Gambia.
Right?
It's 11 kilometers squared.
11
you can
kilometers.
wake up in the morning and decide, mi natembea hii nchi yote.
And you'll be done.
I believe, let me check the numbers, but it's really small.
It will be interesting to find out why this country was left. Okay, it was colonized by the Britain for many years by Britain, right? Until 1964 when it gained independence. Its serene coastal environment is ideal for tourism.
Yep.
The Gambia's main export commodity is mukombero. No, it's njugu karanga. Groundnuts.
Okay, so not 11, it's 11,000. But
It's
still, it's very small. 11,000. So maybe not today. Like if you start today, maybe by Thursday.
Yeah, it's like that. So the proverb from the Gambia, proverb today is going to be from the Gambia. When City comes next month, he may decide to change.
That one.
You know? People get fed up even with honey.
It's true.
People get fed up even with honey. Hata ukiona wali honey,
Kuna siku tusema sitaki.
kuna mtu amechokeshwa na hiyo honey.
Sitaki. Unaona kama ni mzuri.
Don't care.
Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt.
Unaona honey? Kuna mtu ambaye
No thanks.
Headlines.
Okay, on the front page of the Standard this morning, there is a picture of a kneeling Gachagua.
Okay.
Now, in this case, he's not kneeling begging you. He's kneeling receiving blessings from the Lord. MPs to Ruto. DP must be sent home. Ahead of the president's meeting with the MPs, which is happening today in Nispa, the leaders are categorical. No discussion about dropping impeachment motion on the deputy president. Where's Semavile Unataka? Sisi, impeachment, here. Silvanus Osoro, who is the majority whip, says we advise the president to keep off this and let MPs do their job. You said now this is the time where they can tell the president to keep off and let MPs do their job.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Duncan Mathenge, who is a Nyeri Town MP, said the president has no power to let anyone violate the constitution. There are grounds, they say. They accuse Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua of contravening sections of the constitution. Okay. They also accused him of amassing wealth in 2 years that cannot be explained. And they've also accused him of gross misconduct in the way he relates to government officials.
That's gross misconduct.
He has gross, yeah.
He grossly misconducts himself. Okay.
So those things, they don't like it. Me, I'm the first one. I'm on the first one. I'm on the Sylvanus Osoro's quote here. It's actually quite amusing to me.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something that is crazy, but it will not surprise you. Another headline. Grade 9 preparation in jeopardy, 3 months to roll out. It's terrible, but are you surprised? Just breathe in and breathe out, my dear. The next one. Why many state projects don't seem to take off? That's not any better than the last headline. But okay. Are government wars a distraction? See, what did I tell you? Okay. NHIF dies with its scandals and secrets. Tomorrow, Kenyans wake up to a new health scheme, putting an end to the National Health Insurance Fund that has had its fair shares of ups and downs. Secrets never to be told again. They will be buried in the NHIF. Israel vows to continue its fight against Hezbollah. Saobasi. On the front page of The Nation, stolen title deeds mystery deepens. You guys, there was a gazette from the government printer, and we were told, just for your information, title deeds between 523-3001 to 523-3 about some thousands. They've been lost. Now, as they're lost, it has nothing to do with us. Neither can you come and tell us anything. Just know they've been lost. Two conflicting statements, stolen security papers, and infiltration of the government printer have exposed how daring corruption cartels raided an installation supervised by State House and revealed the extent of land fraud in the country. Impeachment loading, defining week for Ruto Gachagua feud, and Gachagua takes his burdens to the Lord. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua maintained his planned ouster was against the will of the people, even as National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula waded into the raging debate on the push to impeach the DP. That was yesterday. MPs question 337 million shillings splashed on national dress and Kiswahili Day. Where is the dress?
See, that's why we're looking for it.
Okay, wait. Okay, they have not made the dress yet.
No,
okay.
It's 100 million is to start the campaign. Put together very many designers. It's a whole process. We
can borrow you one of our old this thing.
That's a Nigerian dress.
So you cannot adapt.
We want our own Kenyan national dress.
I said you people look for it before you didn't find it. Now you want to look for it and spend another money.
Those are the people who had absolutely no idea what they were doing.
The people who did the one before where they did parade.
Yeah,
and
they had no idea what they were looking for. As guys, we know.
This now you know.
Yes.
Now you know.
Yeah.
Mombasa minister seized over gang rape. Mombasa County Executive Member of Lands Mohammed Hussein has been arrested in connection to the abduction and gang rape of a blogger who has criticized Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir. Where? Revealed vicious cartels killing border riders. Why? Imali town was a crime scene. Yeah, there's a lot that we're looking at. Over to you.
On the Business Daily, revealed half of companies fail to pay corporation tax. Nearly half of active companies that have filed annual returns in the year to June did not pay taxes on corporate earnings, pointing to deepening losses and elevated prevalence of tax avoidance. Statistics obtained from the Kenya Revenue Authority show that 171,585 out of 341,793 firms which filed tax returns for the year ended June paid up their fair share to the taxman, reflecting a compliance of 50%. The taxman has recently stepped up a crackdown on evasion among the super rich who usually use sophisticated accounting techniques that make it difficult to trace their wealth. Now, the problem is this taxman is not going to go for these super rich who clearly avoided paying tax. He'll go to the MSME that's recorded that has not actually made a profit in the year and say, prove to me that you did not. They have a photo here of Commissioner for Domestic Taxes, Reese Pasimiu. Okay. Other headline, Netflix dragged into suit over free money film shot in Kenya. Netflix is entangled in a legal suit where the producers of a documentary aired by the US streaming giant are accused of commercially exploiting poor Kenyans whose lifestyle is captured in the film. 4 Kenyans claim they were not made aware that their penury lifestyle would be showcased in the documentary titled Free Money, which first premiered in Toronto International Film Festival and then shown at the International Documentary Film Festival in Amsterdam before it was sold to Netflix in September last year. They are seeking a slice of revenues that Give Directly, a US non-profit organization, earned from the sale of the documentary to Netflix, which is not subject to the suit. The 1 hour, 44 minutes documentary depicts the changing lifestyle of poor residents of Kogutu village in Kisumu County after receiving a monthly stipend of 2,842 from Give Directly for 12-year trial. Every month, these guys were getting 2 Gs, 842 for 12 years. Yeah. And then now they're now being documented.
2,000 shillings?
Yep.
Every month?
Every month.
For 12 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This story was there for a while. It's some funny experiment that they were doing. You know, if you give people money, are you helping them or not?
Are you helping them or not?
Kenya targets 132 billion shillings on lifting mining ban. KEB's empty accounts thwart 565 million payout to contractor. Depleted accounts held by the Kenya Bureau of Standards have frustrated efforts by construction firm Centurion Engineers and Builders to enforce the collection of 565.5 million from the state agency. So contractor is owed 500 million shillings, okay? Contractor goes to KEBS. KEBS account, 0.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
KEBS has no money.
It's not funny.
Has no money. Sasa, there's no money. What are we paying you with? Yeah?
Sasa hata wewe unaona kuna
wewe hata unaona utabeba gate. Beba gate. Soap manufacturers' margins shrink on imports from Egypt. Local soap manufacturers have seen their margins shrink by a quarter over the last 3 years on heightened market competition from Egyptian imports. Sabuni natoka Misri nakuja Kenya. Sabuni ni cheaper kuliko sabuni imetengenezwa Nairobi.
It's ridiculous.
CBK clears all banks for risk-based loans. Okay, that is the Business Daily. The Star, top right-hand corner in teal green. Caution. Airline suspends Kakamega flights citing poor runway and safety concerns. Okay. Flights to Kakamega have been halted because of poor runway and safety concerns. Now, who manages runways and airports?
Sigei.
It's Kenya Airports Authority, right?
Yeah.
Kakamega Governor Fernandez Baraza is urging the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure to solve infrastructural problems that led to suspension of daily flights at the Kakamega airstrip. Skyward Express suspended the daily flights between Nairobi and Kakamega on Saturday over poor state of the runway. Sawa. Other headlines: corruption. Government blames cartels after 367 title deeds go missing. 367. DP Gachagua's supremacy battle with Kindiki leaves Mount Kenya elders divided. And Kalonzo cancels rallies in Kitengela after Azimio chiefs denied church access. The front page photo here is that one of His Excellency Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua during a service at a Methodist Church All Saints in Kinoru, Meru County, where he was being prayed for by Bishop Mutweri Ntere. Rigathi seeks divine intervention to avert impeachment. Bang in the middle of the paper. The headline: rules, findings raises queries on why a registrar has allowed the non-compliance to persist. What's the story? UDA wiper operating illegally. Audit shows.
What does that mean?
They are not compliant. UDA and Wiper are not compliant. Big political parties are operating illegally, audit report shows. The review by the Auditor General has triggered questions on how the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties has allowed the non-compliant parties to operate. The Political Parties Act says a party shall be qualified to be fully registered if it has submitted to the registrar the location and address of its branch offices. The political party branches, according to the law, should be in at least 24 counties, more than half of the 47 counties. But the review for the period ended June 2023 established that a majority of the about 90 registered political outfits had fallen short of the requirement. Yeah, of course, we know this. Many parties. UDA, for example, has 21 registered in that time, June, 21 branches. The minimum required is 27.
7.
Wiper, 14. DAPK, 9. Na Kenya, 3. Maendeleo Chap 3. Ayo iko sawa hata. There's a party called UPA, 1. Chama cha Uzalendo, 1. PDP, 1. Safina, 1. Tujibebe wa Kenya, 1.
Hiyo party ya Alfred Mutua inaitwa nini?
Maendeleo Chap.
Hiyo ndio hiyo.
Maendeleo Chap ni 3.
Okay.
3 of them. The People Daily, top right hand corner, even them they have a top right hand corner. Newsbeat, page 2. Schools on the spot over cash queries. Maranda High, Nyamira High, Moi Girls High School, Sugor High, Chania Girls High, St. Francis Mangu High, Friends Boys High School, Musihu, Rigoma Girls, Our Lady of Mercy, Rangenyo Girls, and Matthias Butsia High School. I don't know. We'll look at that page 2 story.
Okay.
Kalonzo blocked from Kitengela Church. 100 million spent on elusive national dress. Why Gachagua needs prayers. Despite President Ruto's reluctance, lawmakers from Central are determined to eat the DP for breakfast, accusing him of tribal bigotry and condescending attitude that talks down other leaders. The Mount Kenya leaders we're talking about, Kimani Ichung'wah and Didmas Barasa.
Okay, Mount Kenya, Didmas Barasa. Sawa basi. All right.
Yes. Let us about traffic. Gotcha. Okay, and then we look at those stories shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, a quick look at where we are this morning with traffic. What's happening where you are this morning? A little bit of that coming in on the Thika Superhighway as we had seen earlier. And it's still moving in different parts of the city this morning. Also taking a quick look at coming off of Waiakiwe. Some of that will move into the CBD real quick. It's starting to build on Gong Road as you get towards the city mortuary roundabout. And then coming in from Ombaso Road, we're not looking too bad now. Okay, so there's talk of rain. We'll have to see what that looks like later. But for now, I think we're all right. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Feel the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Now, there's a difference between missing and stolen.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
This title deeds mystery, they're saying it's not missing ones, though. It is stolen. Stolen title deeds mystery deepens amid printing row. So you must understand where the real problem is coming from. So what's up? All right, let me tell you. Two conflicting statements, stolen security papers, and infiltration of the government printer have exposed how daring corruption cartels raided an installation supervised by none other than State House, revealing the extent of land fraud in the country. Now, the latest development saw the Ministry of Lands and Government printer under State House wrangle over the nature of stolen security documents that could be used to forge title deeds and commit land fraud, including grabbing of private and public property. Saturday, the government printer notified the public about the theft of 307 title deeds, warning the government would not be liable for unauthorized transactions involving the stolen authentic documents with security features. So, of course, it has the watermark, it has the thing. But the Land Ministry countered the notice on Sunday that what was stolen were security documents used to print title deeds and not the title deeds as was indicated in the earlier statement. Follow me so far?
No.
Okay. So you know how you can have a template to print something for you?
Yeah.
Now, government printer said the actual title deeds were stolen.
Okay.
Because you know, like if you have a title deed, you have a copy and the issuing authority has a copy. Is it
so
not?
they were stolen from the government printer?
That's what they're trying to say.
Okay, go on.
The Ministry of Land says, no. It is not the actual title deeds that were stolen, but the templates to use to create those. Okay. It's a security document, is what was stolen.
All right.
So now the question is, okay, so which is which?
Okay.
To add more fuel to the fire, the ministry blamed corrupt cartels that had infiltrated the government press for the theft of documents in a scheme to forge titles. So you see now why it would make sense to steal a template, because you can now make whatever you want if you have the template. Nation established lands bosses were not consulted about the statement from the government printer, which informed the statement yesterday to clarify the matter. It also emerged the ministry and the government printer have been fighting over the printing of titles. Although it is currently a preserve of a government printer, the ministry has been seeking funds to modernize its own press, citing rising bills and exposure to theft, such as the current case. It is not clear what other similar cases have occurred away from the glare of public, but the current admission of the stolen items could be just the tip of the iceberg. The government has been keen on seeing all security-related documents, including titles, birth certificates and logbooks, printed by the government printer. Now, shining the spotlight on the millions at stake, the ministry owes the government printer 158 million shillings, while all state agencies are owed 457 million. Now, government printer Abdi Hassan Ali has informed the public that the stolen titles bearing serial numbers between 523-001 and 523-3367 will no longer be recognized, as they've now been cancelled. So in the event that we cannot find them, rather than, it's like you lose your credit card or whatever, we're going to cancel the card and you must apply for a new one.
So it's the number.
Yes.
Okay.
So now it ceases to exist.
Any title deed with that serial number.
The government will not take any liability arising from any unauthorized transactions on the said title deeds, and by dint of this notice, they are deemed cancelled and of no effect. However, the ministry countered the notice, saying that it had some 367 security papers for printing of title deeds that were stolen from the government printer.
Yeah? The ministry has them.
No, sorry. Saying it is not that they have.
Okay.
They're saying what has been stolen is the templates for 367 titles. That's what's missing. And they got missing from the government printer.
So how is that? Why is the counter there?
Because the government printer is saying that the actual titles have been stolen. The ministry is saying it is the templates to create those titles that have been stolen from the
both of them.
printer.
It's a serial number. There's a paper with a serial number. There's a document with a serial number. This to that, right? The government printer is saying anytime if you ever come across a title deed with a serial number, this
cancelled it.
It is illegal. The Ministry of Land is saying
the titles have not
it's a template. It's a template. So is there any serial number issue attached to that template?
It's just a security document to create 367 of them.
Okay, continue.
Has been stolen.
Continue.
Now, they are reassuring Kenyans that what was stolen were papers used for printing titles. The ministry pointed out that it relies on the government printer for the provision of the security documents used for printing title deeds. In the clarification, the ministry said the papers can only become title deeds after they are handed over to them filled with ownership details and sealed with the stamp and signature of the registrar. After all, due processes were followed.
That's true.
Tellingly, however, the ministry admitted that the most obvious motivation for the theft of the papers was an intention by corrupt cartels to produce fake titles.
Definitely.
Further, the statement said that one officer working at the printer had already been arrested by the security agencies in relation to the theft. Now, seeming to downplay the latest incident, the ministry said it has enhanced its mechanisms for fighting land fraud and is working closely with security agencies to defeat the mechanisms that cartels and corrupt officials have traditionally used to commit land fraud. I think there's hue and cry in this sense. So if you had one of those titles, what does that mean? If you have one of the titles that the government printer is saying has actually been stolen, what happens to you? Do you cease to own that land?
You see, you cannot have that title.
But what if you did?
The point is, like the Ministry of Lands is saying, they print the security paper. Then now it comes to be registered as a title deed at the Ministry of Lands. Okay? And that title then has the seal, it has all the documentation, it has background files. So if it has already gotten all those things and you have the title, it has come from the Ministry of Lands. No title comes from the printer.
Government printer.
It comes from the Ministry of Lands. All right? So you cannot have this paper and call it title.
Okay, I get you.
The point though, is that there's somebody who has actually gone to a secure facility called the government printer and does this.
And stolen these papers.
They have gone and stolen the paper. How do we know that they have not gone and printed things?
We don't know.
That there's a gazette notice that says Ndu has been appointed something, and it is fake.
You don't know.
How do we know? Because you remember the story that we have heard of, for example, the finance bill. The finance bill, the people who say they sat with the National Treasury and they agreed that this is the negotiation on the proposed taxes. What has been seen that has come from the cabinet is something else. What then has come from the government printed and has been printed as the finance bill is different. There is monkey business that goes on at the government printer.
So there's something
It's not a secure facility at all.
There's something amiss there. And so now what the ministry is saying about the possibility of corrupt cartels doing some hanky-panky from the government printer could be the case?
That's an obvious thing. That's a very obvious thing. That here there is, as in corruption, this thing is controlled by State House.
Yep.
Corruption is right up there.
Right up there.
Right up there. Right up there in State House. Because by the time somebody can actually access 300 documents from the government printer, this is somebody who has had unfettered access to the government printer. And time. They come once, they come twice, they come thrice, or they have infiltrated there, they have people who work for them, and they can call in and issue an instruction. They letter your paper. And they play games. What kind of country are we? Tuko Kenya sisi kweli?
Come on.
Are we in this country of ours called, is this country Kenya, or is this a different country altogether? How? How is it possible? It is crazy. And that's the bottom line. It is just crazy. So, let me tell you this story on page 2, okay? Of the Standard today, okay? What month are we in?
September.
And tomorrow is?
October.
Very good. And then October, November, December. And then? January comes in. Uncertainty surrounds the construction of at least 5,000 classes needed for the transition of learners to grade 9 in January next year. With less than 100 days left, time is quickly running out, leaving many schools ill-equipped to accommodate the additional learners. A nationwide assessment conducted by the Ministry of Education revealed a shortfall of over 16,000 classrooms. In a presentation before the National Assembly Committee on Education, the CS, Julius Ogamba, said the government has secured funding for the construction of 11,000 classrooms from the World Bank. The classes, the CS said, will be constructed in 2 phases, with the first phase of 3,500 classes 70% completed. The second phase will see the construction of 7,500 classes at the cost of 7.5 billion shillings. 7,500 classes, 7.5 billion shillings, expected to be completed by December. This means that schools will still be struggling with a deficit of 5,000 classes, which according to plans by the Education Ministry will be constructed by funds from the national government and NGCDF. However, the allocation of funds for classrooms construction of the 5,000 remaining classes under NGCDF has been delayed. The sum of 3.37 billion was allocated to the NGCDF for the construction of another 5,000 classrooms. The funds are yet to be disbursed by the National Treasury. The ministry is pursuing the matter with the National Treasury for timely release of the funds, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, and continue and continue and continue.
Let me say 2 things.
1.
Those classes are not going to be built before January.
2.
We're going to struggle with this story come January.
Okay.
That's it.
My God.
They will not
do you know it is the same kids, these same kids who
these grade
entered,
9 ones,
the ones who entered grade 7 and they had no teachers. There were no classrooms.
Same set of children.
They are the ones who went into grade 8. No teachers, shortage of labs.
No books. Do you remember, Eric? There were no books for grade 7.
They are the same ones who will not have classes. Hey. My God.
What's today's date? September 30th.
Yes.
Mark my words. Those 11,000 classes that you're talking about.
But this one's, the CS is saying those are 70%. There are some classes that are 70% completed.
Where are they?
And then the others will be now complete by December. And then NGCDF will construct others. Do you remember what the MP for Dagoretti North once said, even on the floor of the House, about classes that are constructed by Magoha during that time of let's do classes, let's
classes,
do...
when he was going around the country.
Let's do classrooms, you know. There was a class that was put up above another classroom, okay? A structure. This is classroom downstairs. We put another classroom upstairs.
Yes.
Upstairs. That thing upstairs did not have stairs to go upstairs. Signed off, complete.
So how do you levitate to the class? Then they said they finished building the class.
Of course.
Are you supposed to put a ladder against the wall? And then put ladder and then enter? No, see, you know what? Please, who cursed us? What? No, this one is beyond them. There is something is wrong. There is something spiritual happening here. I'm telling you, it is not possible that this is just earthly things that we're seeing. It is not. Like you said, it's these grade 6s when they finish. They entered grade 7. No teachers, no books, no classrooms. They're going to grade 9 in 2025 January. And we're still talking about the same thing. And then you want to tell me that there's nothing wrong. There's something very, very wrong. They said they finished 10,000 classrooms. Do you remember the story of the furniture? It was in Uhuru Kenyatta's administration. They were giving carpenters all over the country big contracts to build classroom furniture. Where are they? Where are they? And then when I say that education is in a crisis, people tell me that I'm being sensationalist. It is a crisis. And we're now... You know how on the Richter scale, the higher you go is the worse the earthquake.
Yep.
This one has passed the threshold. This one has passed the threshold.
As in-
and we're just toying with it like it doesn't matter.
As in... But what we shall focus on, yes,
That somebody's kneeling down in church to beg.
is to impeach or not impeach the deputy president. Okay? That shall be our focus. That shall be the focus of this administration. And that's why economist Dennis Kabara is asking today, are Kenya Kwanza political wars a distraction from failing agenda? Failing agenda. That is one full-page coverage by the Standard today. Also, Biketi Kikechi has written, biting more than one can chew Ruto's projects that don't take off. So now that everything is just coming to a storm, these things are not taking off, and Gen Zs went to the streets, this administration cannot believe that actually people have seen through them and that they are not delivering. They're saying, actually, those Gen Z things, it's Gachagua. It's actually no. There is no way the people of the Republic of Kenya, forward-thinking and wise as they are,
what we're doing.
could actually be complaining about government projects.
They like what we're
It
doing.
is Gachagua who wants to become president through the back door. He cannot even wait.
Yeah,
that's
and
the
that's
reason.
why he instilled that thinking in people's minds. They are not dissatisfied with government.
They are not. People are happy. People are happy with the government.
That's why we have to impeach him.
Yeah.
So that such oppression will never rise again.
Children who are leaving home this morning and going to school and they're in grade 8, they're going back home and they're learning. Those in grade 7 are learning. Teachers who are going to teach them, they were hired as interns. They are happy with their internship status. They don't want to be employed for permanent. The children who went through 6 years of university, graduated with a bachelor in medicine and surgery, have been waiting to go and do their internship. They have been posted for internship. They have not received a single shilling. Those Gen Z children, they're happy.
They're very happy.
They're happy.
People
It's
whose
Kamasi
parents-
Gachagua.
Yeah. People whose parents can't afford meals every day or school fees, they're not complaining.
Guys in university who have been told you have to pay 200,000 shillings
A year.
For university, and you have, because you belong to the rich category. Those ones are happy.
They're very happy with
those Gen Zs in universities and TVETs, they are happy. Why not for Gachagua?
If Gachagua had not, put his hand behind this protest, we would not have any problem. Everything is okay.
Yeah.
Everything
Things
is
are
okay.
working. Even our affordable housing project, haven't you seen people are moving into those houses? We've removed people from Nakuru, from all these other places, and we've put them in affordable housing.
In fact, those places don't exist. If you go there now, it's just landfill.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, 7 a.m. Aren't you happy?
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga with the political hit continuing to rise in the country. Gachagua has now turned to prayer. Gachagua, who has been trying to put out the fire to remove him from power, seems overwhelmed and has been forced to turn to God to give him the strength to face his enemies. After a long prayer at the Methodist All Saints Church in Kinuru, Meru County, Gachagua knelt down at the altar and directed his suffering to the throne. Some of the members of parliament who accompanied him, including Juja MP George Koimburu, were seen to be overwhelmed with emotion to an extent that they began to shed tears.
Speak a word of prayer. Father, we shut all the ways of the enemy. We shut all the ways of the enemy. Anapotembea nchi yote, muinue katika mikononi mwa Bwana.
After this request, Gachagua continued to ask MPs to stop the debate on his impeachment, further urging the president to intervene.
Zile shida zote unaona nikipitia ni kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya kusema ukweli. And I did not know that many people have a problem with the truth. So nakuta watu wengi sana wako na shida na mambo ya ukweli. Sasa mimi niliumbwa namna hiyo. Mungu amenifunza na kuniongoza kuwa nikisema ukweli. President and I were elected on the joint ticket for 5 years, and that is the will of the people. Let us not fall into the temptation of overturning the will of the people through other methods.
When Gachagua was in Meru, all the members of parliament in that county, Tharaka Nithi and Embu, did not accompany him after announcing their support for Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki. And after going before the Lord, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula also expressed his disappointment towards Gachagua's values.
Courage is not courage if you use it to hit your head against the wall. It's stupidity. Na tunataka tuwe na viongozi ambao wanajua the limit of where to go, what to say, where to say, how to say, and the impact on society.
I know the Bible tells us don't revenge, but this one, God help me, I'm going to revenge while I'm alive. Leteni hiyo mswada mimi naiweka mara moja na maneno iendelee.
Ametuambia ukiona kwa kiungo yako kuna kitu inaweza kukuzuia uende mbinguni, kata. Si ndio? So hii kutoka hii Tuesday hata sisi tutakata sehemu nyingine tumeona inataka kututenganisha na itakuwa noisy, messy na casualty anajijua. Si namna hiyo?
This comes at a time when 4 MPs and 7 senators from Mount Kenya have accused Gachagua of undermining the government, vowing to remove him and ensure that his place is taken by another Mount Kenya leader. 11 days after his release, activist Bob Njagi has thanked Kenyans for pushing for his release along with the two brothers Aslam and Jamil Longton. Speaking when he attended a church service in Kitengela, Njagi also said that he'll soon give an explanation about what he went through during the abduction.
Asante kwa Kenya wote kwa kusimama na sisi ambao tulikuwa tumetekwa nyara. Nilikuwa na ndugu yangu Longton Jamil na Asle Longton. Hatujaongea na vyombo vya habari bado, manake hatujapata nguvu ya kutosha.
Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who also attended the same service, has given assurance to continue defending Kenyans denouncing cases of kidnapping in a statement that has been emphasized by DAP-K leader Eugene Wamalwa.
Hakuna Mkenya akona amani because ajua atanyakuliwa usiku wa manane na kupelekwa mahali pasipojulikana kinyume na sheria. We call out those Subaru abduction squad in the name of God, the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. You will not succeed.
Kama upinzani na uongozi mbadala wa nchi hii, hatutawacha kuwapigania hadi haki itendeke kwa kila familia wamechukua watoto wao.
Hii ni kitendo ambacho kimepitwa na wakati. Kenya ni Kenya huru, na hii huru ulipiganiwa na wale walikuwa mbele yetu.
I want to appeal to the new IG. Ngoja aliyekuwa pale alileta hiyo. Kanja, don't agree. Stand there and make the difference.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a quick look at where we are this morning, coming around about after 7 o'clock, and traffic is starting to build up here and there. There's a bit of a drizzle in parts of the city, so you want to be careful. It's going to slow us down just a bit. As you come off of Jago Road heading towards Landis, you're all right. There's some traffic coming right around the Makadara train station, out in Botella, and then through towards the City Stadium roundabout. That's busy. Landis Road not looking too bad, but now we're looking at traffic right around Haile Selassie coming in from the Kamkunji roundabout. It is heavy on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in hot from Garden City all the way through towards Pangani at the underpass. There is traffic on Kiambu Road, and it's building on Limuru Road as well. Ngong Road is giving off some as well. And traffic is also starting to build on Langata Road coming off of Magadi Road. It's busy wherever you look at it this morning. We're going to talk. Tell us where you might be stuck or where you find a good route, and keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. On this final day of September, we are glad that you're tuned in. Asante sana, whether it's SpiceFM, whether it's KTN, or Facebook, or YouTube, or TikTok, or X, or Radio Garden, or the podcast of your choice. This is not a radio show, it's not a TV show, it's a show, all right? It's in everywhere. There is no other show in the Republic, or even in the region, that is in so many platforms live at the same time, and that you can find even after the show has gone off air. Yeah?
Yep.
None other. Sawa. We tell you to think about your own lifestyle, and you want to make it easier for you. That's why we make it easy for you to access us wherever, whether you can stream us on YouTube, or you can stream us on podcast, or on Radio Garden, or you watch TV, or you listen to the radio. It's about just making your life easier. Don't stress looking for the Situation Room. Same thing. Don't stress with your financial matters. Why wait while you can loop it?
Absolutely. So imagine an app that basically allows you to loop everything that you need to do with your transactions, right? So on one place, you can get all your bills paid. You can transact between your mobile wallet and your bank account. You can set up standing orders. You can apply for an overdraft. You can apply for and get a personal loan. You can, even as a business merchant, pay your suppliers. You can advertise on it so that folks can know what's coming up next from your business. Imagine all of this from the comfort of your mobile phone. So all you did was that you downloaded the Loop app on the Google Play Store or Apple App Store, and then you're getting into this world of a lifestyle change which allows you to do everything from the click of a button on your phone. Why wait when you can loop it?
Indeed. You know, when you talk about some of these things, that, you can do these things online, you can do these things online, we make several assumptions. We assume that it's always been like this. We actually forget that just a few 15 years ago, if you needed internet at home, my God, I remember actually applying and getting some very slow internet speeds, and I wanted to go into IPTV. And I wanted to actually watch IPTV. Hey, the thing.
Teeth pulling.
256 Mbps. There's no way you'd be able to stream. No way. Nowadays, people were watching Manu getting beaten yesterday, and they were streaming the game. At home.
At home.
Comfortably. These are the things that you do. When you talk about, nowadays, I work from home, I'll take my meeting from home, just send the link.
No, why do I have to come meet you? Just send the link.
What do you want us to do? You need Zoom, Teams, just send the link. I'll be at home. You take your meeting from home, right? You stream from home. Your children don't need to go to school. They're, feeling unwell, a little bit under the weather, but then they can actually join the class from home. We make all these assumptions. Over the last 10 years, this has been made possible by Safaricom Home Fiber because they've invested extensively in this. And Safaricom Home Fiber is now countrywide. Wherever you are in most of the major towns, you'll actually find Safaricom Home Fiber and you'll be able to connect. These are some of the things that we assume. Because of that, investment, over 500,000 homes have been connected to Safaricom Home Fiber. And they make it easier and easier and easier. And those who are thinking, okay, I'd like to get some very good fast internet speeds, what do I do? It's simple.
It's simple?
Yeah, it's very simple.
How do I go about it?
Just star 400 hash. Just that. Star 400 hash. And you go through the steps and they will come, do free installation for you, bring you a free router, 5G router. And they've invested so much that now even the internet speeds were increasing. We'll tell you about the increase in internet speeds.
Oh, sounds fantastic.
Think about it. Think about your life and how easy it has become today. And remember, there's actually a company that invested so much over the years.
To make it easy for you today.
To make it easy for you today. And they have not stopped. They're still doing the same. Arnold Maliba is our next guest for the next 1 hour. Arnold is very many things at the ruling UDA. He is the head of policy and public affairs. That's a big title, right? Comes second to party leader.
We have a deputy party leader.
Okay.
And by the way, before we actually move anywhere, Manchester United was not beaten.
Oh.
Okay, they were throttled. Okay, sorry.
No, again, that is wrong.
Okay.
Just a little fear of God that we learned yesterday as fans. Okay, actually, one of those things I wanted to ask is if it's possible to ask Parliament to prioritize, probably they need to impeach the current head coach before they do any other thing. Tomorrow, when whatever
current
they
head coach of the country,
they can actually deal with the Ten Hag.
I mean,
so that they serve voters. Otherwise, we will not have voters.
It's not a problem. If it involves anything that doesn't actually include representation, legislation, and oversight, Parliament is very quick to act. So
No, they need to save their voters.
Parliament of Kenya.
Yes.
So I said anything that doesn't involve
if you want Parliament of Kenya to impeach Ten Hag, they will do it. They will do it quick, fast.
Tomorrow, that should be the curtain raiser before they do any other thing.
Before they do any other business.
Yeah.
How are you doing, though?
I'm fine.
Good to see you here. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Mzee is still away. He's taken some days off. He'll be back next month.
So who's doing the proverbing?
I'm giving you the proverb.
Okay.
This week, the proverbs will be from the Gambia. Do you know how many countries neighbor the Gambia?
I think just one, because Gambia literally runs along River Gambia. So I think it's only embedded in one country.
Which one?
That one. but I know it's a country embedded inside another one.
Inside another country. You got that right. What country is it, Ndu?
Senegal.
The Gambia is inside Senegal. Last week the proverbs are from Senegal. So today we have now entered into the belly of Senegal and found the Gambia.
Senegal Pro Max.
Today's proverb: people get fed up even with honey. People get fed up even with honey. What do you think?
I think it has got an English equivalent that says too much of something is poisonous, I bet. That everything has got its threshold upon which then it should be engaged or indulged in. So whatever you're doing, you have to get to a point where the statement fair enough makes sense. Yeah.
Did you think so, right?
Yeah.
In 2022, at the end of August like this, going into September, it appeared that the honey was UDA. Do you think people are fed up with this honey?
UDA as the leader of society, the party that then guides where we are going for the next 5 years. Literally at this particular moment, I think we've covered 2. We now have got 3 more to go. You wouldn't necessarily say that in 2022 that was the honey, because slightly less than half of the population still felt that they weren't properly represented then. Then UDA alone is not what constitutes the governance structure of the country today. We have got people who are elected on other parties elsewhere. That too is government. So
Which party got the most elected leaders in 2022 elections?
Of course, UDA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So UDA was the honey in 2022.
Unless you talk about the other parties as deputy honeys, but Yes.
We are talking about UDA.
So
Was UDA the honey or not in 2022?
It still is.
Okay.
Yeah.
People are not fed up.
People could be fed up with ideas, but not the concept of what UDA stands for.
Okay. People are not fed up with the concept of honey.
People could be angry with, because if you get fed up with honey today, you'll still need it tomorrow. You'll need it a day after. It doesn't lose its value or essence just because today I've had enough of honey. So the point is that whereas there could be a little bit of issues, like for example what we're trying to do at the moment, we are having conversations with young people across the country, specifically targeting college-going students, having a conversation. Because like I've said before, conversations and dialogue looks easy, but it's so difficult, and that is why people fight physically. People would rather get into shouting matches, lashing up, but not talking, because talking is difficult. Yeah.
Okay. So in the position where someone could be tired of something, something has, gotten them fed up, as we see, which is normal human habit, that you're likely to look for an alternative for that thing which you're tired of or that you're frustrated with. You don't like the taste anymore. Do you think that that could be a threat, potential one, to say that, okay, this UDA thing that was promised to us, or these tenets or ideologies or whatever it is that was presented, are just not working for Kenyans anymore, and that they might look for an alternative?
That line feels so much like a cheetah's line.
A cheetah like the animal, or a cheetah somebody who plays you?
A cheetah who plays.
Oh, okay.
You get fed up with the ndu, and then of course you can use around that. But then the human nature is not structured. Even society, the structure of society is not made in a way that we can walk away whenever we don't feel like. Because whereas your emotions are actually valid, they are valid at any particular point, a behavior out of that always needs measure, because if then we equate our emotions and behavior, then we lose that. We will not be a civil society. We will not be civilized. We will not be people. But the human animal and the human society is way, way complex, and it cannot be addressed in a linear manner, such as that particular line. That for me looks quite linear, because it's quite complex. Just because we have had a few complaints here and there doesn't really necessarily mean that now I can walk away from family. It doesn't mean that today, if I don't feel like I'm a Kenyan, I can simply, of course, we've got the option of denouncing it. But deep down, we know we are still Kenyans and we will have been Kenyans. So everything else is superficial. Otherwise, that concept might not really apply in the discussion that we are having, at least for the purpose of the conversation that we are having now. Yeah.
Okay.
If because we invited you so we can look back at what's happened, this year.
Yes.
Towards the middle of the year, when you had the Gen Z protests, we saw the reaction, we saw the response from the government, and we are seeing now the political mood of the country. Do you think the political mood of this country at present, what we are seeing politically, what we are seeing, the Deputy President impeachment threats coming, and so on and so forth, do you think it's a reflection of what the people were communicating to those in leadership in June, July?
I do not think so. And that's why I think I'm so happy to have this particular conversation, that we are so quick to forget a lot of times, or rather we would love to forget where we've come from in the last 3 months or so. But from where I sit, and even where we sit as a party, we know and we acknowledge one thing, that the foundations of our politics changed fundamentally, that our politics changed in a way that cannot be wished away, and that them that are in leadership, whether you are elected as an MCA, an MP, or whatever you are doing, you must remember one thing, that we will still not organize politics the way we used to. After 25th June, the country changed. The country we have is very, very different. And that I would say partly is because of the Kenya Kwanza approach to politics. Because for the longest time, we had embraced the politics of identity. It's Kenya Kwanza that pushed through the politics of issues. And if you look at meaningfully, that is. And if you look at the Gen Z protests in June, from May coming all the way to July, you will actually realize that they were simply issue-based. Those young people really did not care if you are donning yellow, you are donning orange, whatever color you're putting on. If you are in charge of an office, you've got something to do, in the provision of public goods, just do your damn job. That is all they wanted, and that is all they still want. Why I say that what we have now, and that is why for me I don't think that what we are giving preference, or rather what we are giving priority on front pages is anything that actually speaks to the situation of the country. But that then speaks to a lot of our politicians, that they've forgotten where we've come from very fast. I do not think that the noises that we see now are a priority as to what Kenyans want. We still do not have a finance bill in place. That is a process, is still ongoing. Partly why counties are straining and so many government functions actually are lying flat is because our budgeting cycle was interrupted during that particular session. People actually had a referendum. They went to parliament. They had what essentially in proper societies would pass for a motion of no confidence to the House of the People. And therefore, the people in parliament must raise above the fray. They must actually not go back to business as usual. What I see is an attempt to go into business as usual, where bickering and roadside politics then make a return. I don't think Kenyans are so enthusiastic about this. If it were before June 25th, this would have been a big issue and you would actually have seen it move masses. You realize that Kenyans are moving on as usual. It's not so much, even as few people would wish probably to spur up emotions. That is not working. But then it's important that we remind politicians that we can't go to business as usual.
Why is it so hard for them to get it?
Because people sometimes are afraid to think. Thinking, like talking also, looks so simple, but it's very difficult. Everyone else wants to do every task easily. So you would rather run with the politics of identity as opposed to tackling issues. If you were to ask me, I do not think as UDA, and this, of course, is self-incriminating, that as UDA, as Kenya Kwanza, as the broad-based team now that is actually delivering government, that we have actually fulfilled whatever we had, and what is now of priority, for example, is the impeachment of the deputy president. That should happen. It should be silent down there if they have got problems. That's why we at the secretariat in the party are waiting for the organ that is the parliamentary group, the PG, to meet tomorrow. They give us directions and we move with it, we dispense of it just as any other business, because we are in government to deliver public goods. We are in this to actually administer state, and this is not part and parcel of it. It's one of those footnotes that should not be given a lot of priority. But then politicians really need to remember that the way those who are elected came to power is not the same way they'll be elected in 2027. Kenya changed, and it changed so much.
It's no different from what has happened historically. It's no different that we'll always see dog wagging when it comes to issues that should actually be discussed and paid attention to. There's way too much going on in the country at the moment to then have us all held hostage, in my opinion, to things like this. There's too much going on, and there's too much that needs attention. But I'm curious as to what you said has changed in the way politics is being done, because if you ask me, nothing has changed and it still continues to be the same thing. From June 25th until today, September 30th, what would you say has changed in the way things have been delivered for Kenyans from a government perspective, from a political point of view?
I think so far the government did align with the changes that had actually happened, because the body politic actually brought new rules to how we do our politics. And up to now, I do not think that the issues that brought people out there have really fully been worked on. Because a number of them, of course, were systemic, a number of them take long, but the quick ones that were worked out ended up there. But there are still a few issues that I feel, they're not few, there are still many issues, specifically in the way we administer state, in the way we provide public services, in the way we treat running of public affairs, that need to go back to where the post-25th Kenya. But then that's why I'm actually thinking that, and then if we were to change, I don't think that it's this the politics that is holding this. If you go to the party, business is going on as usual. This is not even a major issue. Also, the media also need to actually realize that as a country, we moved on. Otherwise, we will actually push ourselves into extinction.
Moved on from what, Arnold? Because I think that forms the basis of my question. Moved on from what?
We have moved on from business as usual. When I talk about business as usual, I'm talking about business politics the way we used to conduct it before the Gen Z. When such like headlines were the drivers of traffic, when such headlines were what actually dictated what the masses want to hear. The masses want much more than that. Tomorrow, we should be going into the social health platform, moving away from NHIF. It's actually of so much concern. There are so many questions that are being asked. But you look at the headline today, that takes a second page. And that does not just speak to the media alone, also speaks to the politicians. That if they still think, and that cuts across, that if they still think that we will run with the politics of identity, that we will go around doing this vipindire and drama, these razzmatazz, it will not get them elected, because you can actually feel the anger. We at the party are cognizant of that particular fact, that there's anger out there. The issues raised were legit. So they still are unaddressed. And this is not, whereas it's important when it comes to democracy, because the structure is as important as the work it does, this cannot be something that we are giving so much bandwidth. We are giving too much space to this. But this thing should be a page 3 story.
So then, I'm going to ask again, Arnold, what has changed in the way business is done from a government perspective, from a government point of view, between the 25th of June, after those protests arose, and today? What did those protests bring about that has made the administration of the day sit up and say, okay, actually, you know what? We can't do this. We can't continue to have corruption through every single fiber of government. We cannot continue to give lackluster leadership when it comes to things like education and health and infrastructure. The shift that you talk about is in a mess already, and it's not even been rolled out. Education is through the roof in terms of nonsense that's going on from here to there. We are talking about infrastructure that has not been built. My question is, because of the protest that came about on the 25th of June, how different do we see business being done as a result of that?
I think everything has changed except for a little bit of parliament. But if you were to look at the executive, there is much more listening. Public participation has changed. The approach of how we are doing public participation is a little bit different.
From the executive side?
From the executive side. We at the party, for example, have moved away from just allowing people in government to do their work. You know, the first contact between the people and this particular government is the party. It is the party that went to the people and sought for votes and support. Now, the party is actually getting the heat and getting the feedback from the ground. We are also then flipping it the other side and engaging, asking the people, we gave jobs. Because the truth is this, that whereas the people in the administration can actually feel like we are in government, the party that actually formed, the coalition that actually gave them that job, is the Kenya Kwanza administration. So we are also working out to a place where we are bringing them down there. So, like for example, on Saturday we were in Mombasa with young people from Mombasa. And we brought leaders, we bring PSS, we bring directors and other people, so that the passion that you see on social media, the questions that people want answers for, they be there. Unless, you know, sometimes when you come and tell somebody, this is what the people are saying. I know of a political party leader who would ask, not my political party leader, of course, who would ask, who are the people? But then people in government asking you, we know we are the experts. We are bringing them on the ground to also have a listening part of it. So one thing that we are doing as a government is that we've chosen to actually listen much more. We are engaging conversations. We know that it's hot. And no one has been doing that in the past. It's been easy. Your MP comes to you and speaks to you in a funeral, and that is where it changes in the past, and that was as much as you will engage. But now we've actually moved that. It's structured. It's formal. The same way you're actually seeing ministries doing the same, they're actually reaching out differently. So on the implementation side, and I would love you to see how we go forward, especially the executive side, on how we will actually tackle the finance bill.
So, okay, wait, before we go.
So that has worked out. But on parliament.
So right now, the executive is listening. It's engaging with a view to listen.
Yes.
So let's talk about the main things that are happening in the country right now.
Yeah.
The education ministry, okay?
Yes.
And the university funding model. Show me the listening bit. The health ministry and the rollout of SHIF from tomorrow. The listening bit. How different are those two ministries from March this year?
Early this year, I was on this platform, and I think at that point we had somebody from HEF. I think that was a CEO or something like that.
What is HEF?
That's the Higher Education Fund.
The University Fund.
Yes. We had a conversation here. It's not just the University Fund, because it's also taking care of the TVET. So we had a conversation around that. The whole thinking around the new model is noble. It's solving a lot of problems that we've had in the past. There is a reason why it's being done. One of the problems it's had, and that has been a consistent problem within this particular administration, has been under-communicating. But you asked me what is the listening bit. There's been hue and cry about its implementation. There are questions, and as usual, it's a new tool. It's had a problem, especially it's having its teething problems here and there. What have we done? The ministry, the presidency, the government of the day has actually decided to put up a big team, of course, segmented into several teams, to go through it, over it. And largely they are looking at the implementation, because partly one of the problems we're trying to solve is to ensure that universities get out of the debt of about 70 billion shillings, that financing for universities becomes sustainable. That courses really cost exactly what they are supposed to be, and that funding does not compromise quality. That is, everybody understands that bit. It's the implementation side that has a problem. We've even brought university students who actually are sitting on that. Even though if you were to look at public service requirements, is that for you to sit on a technical committee, you would need a first degree. But for this, there is one thing young people have and university students have that the rest of us don't have. The experience in being students at that particular point. No one else can beat them. As much as you and I were there earlier, you were not there during such a moment as this. So they have got that experience.
The ministry is listening.
Yes, it is. And that is why we have
the Ministry of Education, led by the CS and the PS for higher education and all. At what point have they engaged with the students? Because I have seen the president in town halls engaging the students.
Yes.
The ministry itself. By the time the students were going on strike or were threatening to go on strike, and the ministry saying, please don't go on strike, we're going to form teams. At what point was this listening ministry engaging with the students?
The ministry had gone through the policy cycle, as it were, for everything else. By the time when we were coming here, I think we were 3 of us here at that point, that when we actually sat through that, the ministry had done policy the way we actually had done, with a very light public participation arm. But largely, I'm thinking one of the priorities that Parliament should be prioritizing should be effecting the public participation bill. 13 years down the line, we can't have a bill lying somewhere on a shelf.
So the bottom line is, because we don't have a public participation bill, we cannot really say that the Ministry of Education in July, August, September has done anything different from how it was doing things in January, February, March.
Yes.
The Ministry of Health, again, the same. Ministry of Health is rolling out a new health program from next week, from tomorrow, right?
Yes.
As employers are deducting money from their employees, this time it's end of the month, has there been proper engagement for the employers to know now, when we deduct the 2.5% or whatever, this is where we are directing it to? Can we say that this Ministry of Health is doing anything different from how it was doing things in March this year?
Other than who is doing what and who is implementing what, this is one of those programs that has actually been out here for a very long time. It's been litigated upon. We've gone to court so many times over here. This thing was supposed to actually be onboarded last year, not this year.
We know that.
Yes. I'm saying it's a whole year. What has actually been happening is that we've been having a conversation, sometimes through courts, sometimes through legislation, sometimes in open conversations, as we are doing now. There's been sensitization. They've gone out there and spoken. So for the many times that it's been postponed, and again, it will be important that we communicate this properly, that they are migrating to a new platform, and that we are not starting from scratch. That even as the employers work out that, there are systems in place to migrate it easily onto the new platform. That is understood. But of course now there are other procurement attendant questions that are actually are coming up now. So those questions should not cloud the process.
Don't mix two issues. There is the issue, yes, that you're raising, the accountability in the procurement process and all. And then there's the issue of the user.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Does your relative, where is that village that you told me?
I come from a village called Nabunulu.
Yes.
Nabunulu is a place of delicious things.
Does the person who comes from that place of delicious things called Delulu? It's not
Nabunulu.
Not Delulu. Nice try.
Nabunulu.
Nabunulu.
Does somebody in Nabunulu know what's happening from tomorrow?
Yes, quite a number.
Do they know?
Yes.
That I register into this thing. Do they know that I then get to pay towards this thing? That's how I shall get services into this thing? Do they know?
Yes, they do. Actually, there has been massive and lengthy sensitization around this. People are being talked to. You can actually look at what is actually happening. And that's why I'm saying that we are mixing two things here.
In Nabululu.
People are doing it on phone. It's on radio. It's everywhere. You are on radio here, but then this one is a full spectrum radio.
Yeah, and I haven't heard it.
You've not heard?
In Nabululu.
Sorry. No, I have to ask you this because to be very clear.
Even on Radio Maisha, our sister station, I listen to it throughout.
You've not?
There's awareness on what you're supposed to do, and that there's awareness that tomorrow, if you walk into hospital, tomorrow, the 1st of October in Nebululu, will you actually get services without paying another extra cent?
Actually, it's a very small village. It doesn't have even a hospital. It's so small
let's take a break. 24 minutes to 8. Arnold Maliba, Head of Policy and Public Affairs at the UDA, is our guest today. We're looking at the government posts June 25th. Have things changed in the way the party, the government, the ruling party are organizing and communicating with Kenyans? Take this break. We'll be back shortly.
The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather.
Morning in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 25 and lows of 15, and we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 14 in a cloudy Nakuru at 15 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 22 in a cloudy Eldoret at 16. Mombasa at 25 is cloudy, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a partly sunny Malindi at 27. It's 20 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28, while at 18 it's cloudy in Kakamega, highs of 27 and lows of 15. Kampala is cloudy at 18 with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny with highs of 30. It's 6 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 20 and lows of 3, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny. We'll see highs of 31. Addis Ababa is cloudy at 16 with highs of 21 and lows of 13, while Lagos cloudy at 26. We'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 25. It's clear at 23 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 23.
Spice up your life.
All right, so where are we that we're getting into traffic hour right about now? There is traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass, heavy through towards North Airport Road. It's also heavy on Outer Ring as you approach North Airport Road. Kangunda Road, some traffic in and outbound, and also then getting onto Outer Ring, some traffic here as well. It's very busy on the Thika Superhighway. We see traffic coming in all the way from Clayworks out towards Pangani at the underpass. Very, very busy on Murang'a Road, and also then coming into the city on Limuru Road into go towards Westlands or towards the city. We're starting it off. Let's see what happens as we do. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Arnold Maliba is the head of policy and public affairs at UDA, and he says, well, from the secretariat of the political party UDA, you're seeing some of your members in political position are still giving more prominence to things that shouldn't be getting number one prominence in terms of their attention, right? For example, this issue that they're about to do right now, there are very many other things that they should be doing, and you're waiting for the political party to call a PG so that then you can sit and you can get direction. What role does the secretariat of the party have in maybe advisory to the leaders of Kenya Kwanza?
The Secretariat, of course, is the implementer of party programs, activities, and, of course, initiatives. The other thing that the political party, the Secretariat does is we then do generate data, we build up policy positions, and then push it upwards. That then informs the political different organs in the party. That, of course, now because we are the leader of society, of course, percolates into government. And the same also works the other way around, that a few programs could actually come from the other side, and then we help government to also help them ensure that it gets to the ground. So it's two-way, it's cyclic, it's complete cyclic, working all around.
If you see, for example, the PG advising you to go a certain route, and you can see clearly this is disconnected from the people, what do you do?
I do not think that the PG could actually be entirely out of things that do not interest people, or rather do not affect the party. If, for example, this is I actually look at this as an administrative issue. If in the process of running affairs, we find that there is an issue or two that are hindering the delivery of services, then of course it's important to sit through and do that. But I would say that I think the media in collusion with a few people are giving this too much light. There are so many things that UDA and Kenya Kwanza we do out there, serious stuff. And they don't find themselves on front pages here. So I'm just saying...
Serious things, huh?
Yeah, there's serious stuff. Like, government has been running. We've been able to sustain this government. We've been able to actually stabilize it. It's not been easy. It's not been it's not a walk in the park. So those important things do not find very good pages to actually lie on. Sometimes they go unreported. But then when we have got this periphery stuff, like just a party trying to whip its members into line to ensure that it's working optimally, then it's now stealing headlines and everything else. Like I told you, at the party, at the head, at the Secretariat specifically, this is not big news. We are busy doing other things.
What the media is doing is basically just highlighting that your leaders appear to be taking this as their primary focus, their primary attention of your leaders.
They have not told us as at the Secretariat, and that's what I'm telling you. This is one of those issues that you discuss as a by the way. This is not a priority.
So this is a by the way issue.
It's a by the way issue. It's a small issue that the PG, one organ of the party, is dealing with. The other organs of the parties are busy. Next month we have got elections running in November.
Arnold.
The National Elections Board is running with that.
Arnold.
We at the Secretariat are running our programs.
Arnold.
We've given the PG this little matter to deal with and dispense of it.
Arnold.
Yes.
Vacancy in the office of the president or deputy president is not a by the way.
It is a by the way matter.
It cannot be a by the way.
Because number one,
vacancy in the office of the president cannot be a by the way.
Eric,
show me how that's a by the way.
Eric, if this was a vacancy or a vacancy, whatever way you want to use it, in the office of the people, I'd be worried. The office of the people, the body politic that we serve, who actually have got all sovereign power, are out there. Their business is unaddressed. You cannot tell me that this is so big that then we stop dealing with the business of the people, we stop being focused and then come to this particular end. Kenya is honestly much bigger than its leaders. Kenya is bigger than UDA. Kenya is bigger than its politicians. The people of Kenya are sovereign. They are actually the supremo. And therefore, for us, when I tell you that this is a by the way, there are so many other issues we are dealing with. We've got bigger issues that are going to transform the lives of the people. And just keeping discipline, housekeeping on a matter of leadership up there that involves one or two people, that cannot be a priority issue. And that's what I'm thinking. The collusion between the media and a few people to actually give them this one front page.
Why is your party leadership making this?
Have you heard the president, for example, speak about this? No, he's not spoken. The president is busy doing other things. Even those who are commenting, like in Parliament, the speaker the other day just said, this is a little matter, we will deal with it. It's not as big as headlines are making it.
The deputy speaker said, we shall impeach and I will lead. The leader of the majority has said...
Does he have an option? He's the leader of the House. So he has to do it.
The leader of the majority is spearheading this and has said, I will vote yes if it comes. Whips of the party in the House have said, we are taking this head on.
Let me read a quote for you. The majority whip, Silvanus Osoro, we advise the president to keep off this and let MPs do their job. Gachagua must go.
Exactly my point.
And
that reinforces my point.
And
that
this Arnold, this is not removing the deputy party leader of UDA from a party position. Because that would be UDA internal housekeeping issues. If it implodes, let it implode at the corner. This is occasioning vacancy in the presidency.
Again, that is a job that is done by Parliament and the independent body.
The head of the executive that you say is now responding to the people of Kenya is chopping itself in half.
I'll tell you, if politicians seated out there, this is not entirely a UDA affair, because if you're going to impeach the person of a deputy president, it is the function of Parliament, and then of course it has got a long process. There will even be public participation. It's not something that they're just going to vote on and it ends at that particular point. But if you look at Osoro's point, reinforces my point that this is by the way, even the president should stay out of it. It's none of his business. Parliament is an independent body. If Parliament is dissatisfied with how an individual is actually working, they censure ministers, they censure PSs. And there has been processes, for example, where Parliament, specifically the Senate, goes through and ensure that people are impeached, including just the other day we impeached Kawira Mwangaza. So this is a process that will be around for a long time. And once Parliament has actually satisfied itself of this particular matter, then it will move to the party organs. As it moves to the party organs, when it gets to our part at the secretariat level, we will also do the needful. But at this particular point, it is in Parliament. So once Parliament has actually done that, and that is why tomorrow our parliamentary group as an organ meets, they take a decision. If there's anything that calls upon the secretariat to work out anything, we will gladly support them, because it's an able organ of the party, and we are there to facilitate and ensure that whatever they are supposed to do, they do and do it right.
Is the president, who is also your party leader, aware of these rumblings that are going on? Do you think that there are things that go on and which he's unaware of? He's the president, he's the party leader, but he's also Dr. William Ruto, who is very involved in details. Do you think it's possible that he's not aware that there are people who are pushing a particular agenda and is either okay or not okay with it?
I speak for very many platforms. I wear many hats. One of those that I don't wear is actually the spokespersonship, or rather the spokesmanship of the presidency.
Please,
he has one.
I didn't ask you to speak on his behalf. I'm saying,
but
do you think he is aware of these things that are going on?
No, again, I'll tell you this, that whereas I consider myself a person who has got some level of intellect and some capabilities, I do not have the capacity to sneak into the president's mind and know if he's aware or not.
You're a smart person, aren't you, Arnold? You would see that you are a smart person.
I'd leave that to you probably to tell extent. Me. But to say that, do I think, now that he has actually convened the PG, he definitely knows. No. That is why he's convened a PG. He will be chairing it, and here members of parliament are telling him that they want him to stay out of it because it is their business. So he definitely has had it, and that's why I'm telling you that from where we sit as a secretariat, this is a by the way issue. Unless and until a competent body organ like the PG has sat and given us direction, we are just reading these things in newspapers like the rest of you. I think I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried because unless it is an Arnold Maliba position, that if you can see the presidency and half of the presidency seeking to be removed by the House of Parliament as a non-issue. No, can we get this properly? That's a wrong way of framing this issue. The presidency does not have fragments, that there is a half, a 50%. It is that mentality that we have got some sort of shares in the presidency. The presidency, look at this, the president is actually, one of those things the president is a symbol of national unity. So if we are starting to talk about half the presidency and the others, we are already fragmenting that, and that is constitutional.
Perfect.
The presidency
so a part of the presidency, it is one.
Yes.
But there are elements that make up It doesn't matter what you look at. This microphone is made up of several. Hold on. This microphone is made up of several parts. If there's a part of it that ceases to function, the entire thing is compromised. And this is my question. If you are looking at part of a movement or part of an administration for which people have an issue, how can we say that it is an by the way, that it doesn't matter if we're looking at an element of something that contributes to its complete and total functionality? How?
I'd go back and say this, that if it were in the office of the people, if it were about the people, that the office of the people ceases to function or becomes dysfunctional, I'd be worried. That speaks to the exceptionalism with which we treat our leaders and leadership and politicians in this country. We must remind politicians that they are ordinary people. They are stewards who simply have been given an opportunity to serve the people of Kenya. Otherwise, if we have got this level of exceptionalism that there are people who are more than others, we lose the very spirit of the Constitution. Kenya will be there whether you and I are not there. You and I were not there during independence. We were not there when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta left. A number of us got born along the way when Moi was in control. But Kenya is actually perpetual. We keep on moving. Politicians must know that they are there on time. No one should actually look at their positions. And by the way, we should not confuse the person, the position, and the institution. Mm-hmm. That we shouldn't do. And that's what I'm telling you. People are having an issue with an office holder. They do not have a problem with the office. Specifically, I do not think that the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, is the exemplification of the office of the Deputy President. He's not the first holder, and he's not going to be the last one. He therefore does not own it as of right. It's not him. It's not the office. So you cannot say that the office is failing to function. The office is functional. The presidency functions. When you go to a ministry as a CS, you're just one person. That's why when you go, you've heard about PSS being told by directors and other staff that utatuacha tu hapa. They've seen, if there are people who understand the fluidity and the continuity of government, I think it's civil servants. All Kenyans must actually treat people in office that way. And we shouldn't cling to these issues. That's what I'm thinking. It's not a major issue. It should not be treated as if the country is actually going down. The country is not going down. The office is not dysfunctional. The office is not a problem. If people have got a problem with a person and how he's conducting himself, if Standard Group today has got a problem with how you conduct yourself, they don't scrap the show.
What are you saying, Arnold?
I am simply saying that we are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Okay. Who is we?
The media and a few people who are making noise about it. This is a small matter.
Kina Yua Osoro and Kina Kimbani Ichung'wah and Kina Didmas Barasa. And they are making noise out of nothing.
They have a right. They do that every time when they are out there.
Can you tell them that? Can you tell them that?
I'm simply saying that.
Because, you are head of public affairs in UDA, right? And as you clearly show that you understand matters of people and matters of leaders, can you tell them that? Can you tell them that they are in office, that it's the 30th, they have earned a salary, right, of 500,000 shillings each of those people I've just mentioned, from the people of Kenya, from hard-earned taxpayers' money. Can you tell them that it is nonsensical what they're doing, just like you've said it? Can you tell them that what matters is the issues that matter to the people of Kenya, that tomorrow they want to know how they go to hospital?
Yes.
That somebody wants to know how their child is going to go to TVET or university tomorrow. That the person who lost, because that's what we'll be discussing in the next hour, the people who've lost their children, their loved ones, their parents, they want to know who killed them or where they disappeared to. That the 400 plus people who have listed their names and said we have a missing person and we think they are in these grounds of Shakahola, they want answers. Can you tell Kina Kimani Ichung'wah that? Can you? As the head of policy and public affairs. This is now the public affair issue. Can you tell them the public affairs are that these are the issues that matter to us?
Again,
that not
Eric. That framing, Eric.
The Gachagua and impeachment.
That framing, Eric. That framing again is wrong. It comes from the place, and you will allow me to actually say this.
Please say it.
It comes from a place where we give some issues that really shouldn't be holding too much water. We give them too much prominence. This is the point. If you look at the order paper, there are other businesses that are going on. And like I'm telling you, this is just a by the way. It's not a major issue that should be occupying our spaces, filling news magazines when you look at television. It shouldn't be taking front page. Tomorrow, for example, I am glad as an individual that
so
for
the problem
first time,
is the media here.
Tomorrow. I didn't say that. I say there's a collusion between a few people in the media and they're looking at this for traffic. This is not an important issue. It should not be here. Let's talk about tomorrow.
So, can you tell your party leader and his deputy and the leadership of the party that calling a PG to discuss this issue is actually wasting their time?
That's not entirely what the PG is about. This is one of those issues.
Can you tell them that it should not even be one of those issues? It's a by the way. It should be an AOB.
Eric, listen now. Let's get moving here.
Is there an agenda for tomorrow's meeting?
There is so much.
Okay.
Tomorrow, for example, we are launching SHIFT.
Is this issue AOB?
Once I look at the order paper, I will share with you, but I know others that we've actually prepared. The Secretariat, for example.
Can you tell them that if it's not AOB, then they are wasting
that's what
valuable
I'm telling you.
time?
We at the party know that this is an AOB. It's not an important issue. And it must stick to that. The rest of Kenya should not be treated to this charade. Tomorrow, people for the first time, you can walk into a faith-based institution, to a private institution, so long as it's registered, and get the same level of services as we used to get in government hospital, for example. There are newer things that we will not on board.
But we won't get it tomorrow.
Okay. But until we launch, you and I have not been to tomorrow, and I am in the planning part. So until you get there, Eric, you cannot, as a matter of fact, say that we will not.
Arnold, people have tried to register onto this thing.
I have registered Bangon. Those are teething problems. It doesn't mean that tomorrow
the teeth of that person who has not been able to register mean that they cannot go to hospital.
No.
That is not a teething problem to them.
Eric, you cannot make a qualitative statement on a quantitative issue. Honestly, we shouldn't go that direction. That it's working, it's being onboarded. Tomorrow we are launching and moving forward. After dilly-dallying around this mountain for the longest time, those are the issues that matter.
So there will continue to be registration of people.
The task force that is working on higher education funding, for example, is sitting and coming up with proposals. We are
130 people.
We have got
committee.
IBC coming up. We are waiting for court to rule. That is more important because we have got over 10 places that are not represented. That people want food on their tables. We have harvested. We want to find for value addition. Those are the issues that should be moving on. This is a by the way issue. It's a small one, and we should not make it big. Anyone trying to make it big is taking us back to business as usual.
It's a constitutional issue. It would be. I would agree with you. It's a very small issue.
Even my food on the table is constitutional because Article 43 is in the Constitution.
If UDA was calling a PG to discuss the removal of their deputy party leader, among other things, it would be okay. But if UDA is actually calling to consider spending valuable parliament time to discuss the impeachment of a deputy president, then that's a big thing.
It's important.
It tells you the thinking of the leadership of UDA.
It's one of those things. For example,
how many bills are pending in that parliament? They have not moved. How many bills? There's a bill on disability that has come from the Senate. It's sitting in the National Assembly waiting to be processed. Will it be processed? No. Why? Because time will be taken to discuss this particular issue.
This is a motion and not a bill. A bill has got a process to it. That's what I'm telling you. This is a by the way. It's a small issue.
Time in parliament is time in parliament.
This is
if UDA is considering that these are small issues that you want to occupy our time,
the media, we are asking the media to treat this as a small issue. That's what I'm here actually here. But you are giving it headlines.
Yes.
You are not considering it
to show the people of Kenya how their leaders are thinking.
You
the priorities.
are thinking as Kenya before
the priorities.
This is not a priority.
As NHIF dies. This is
Look
what.
At this. It is not the government that actually gave NHIF a very small
this is what the leadership
and made this bigger. It's not UDA that did this.
As grade 9 preparations.
This is the Standard Group that did this.
Arnold.
This is important.
As grade 9 preparations.
Issue is important. But you are making this a sidebar.
This is what
the splash for
the leadership of the party.
This is not important, Eric.
Please, in that PG tomorrow, as the head of public affairs for this ruling party, I wish they give you time as a secretary to present what the people of Kenya consider to be important.
We have done all that.
And I hope that they'll listen to you.
We have done all that.
And I hope that in your presentation you'll tell them that the removal of a deputy president should not be occupying the time of a leader as busy as the leader of majority in the National Assembly, or a leader as busy and head of an institution as the Speaker of the National Assembly, or the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, or Majority Leader in the Senate. That those are not the issues that they should be concerning themselves with. It should be they're concerning themselves with delivery and making sure that the next bill that they process in Parliament goes through proper public participation so that we don't go to court and call it unconstitutional. Because Parliament is just doing unconstitutional things apart from this one that they consider most important.
No, I'm just saying that it's not Parliament that published the Standard today. It's not Parliament that actually decided the headline. It's your editorial board that sat down and chose this. That's why I'm saying that this is a small matter, like so many other things that are happening down there. For example, my water yesterday broke up. It cannot be a headline. So let us push these things. As in the piping broke down. So it cannot be a headline here. It's a small thing.
Thank you. He's head of policy and public affairs at UDA. He's been our guest.
You're a spoiled man.
I got a bit shocked.
You're a very spoiled boy.
Your water broke yesterday. 8 a.m.
Congratulations.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. It's now official that the motion to impeach Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be presented at the National Assembly tomorrow. 302 MPs have already shown their support for the motion by submitting their signatures, while 233 others are expected to support the motion after the debate. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah says Tuesday is the day, further calling on President William Ruto not to interfere with the process.
There is an impeachment motion against the Deputy President, and as Member of Parliament for Kikuyu, I have already appended my signature to it. And I will support that impeachment motion to stop a process where government is being undermined and sabotaged from within government. Hivi yale mambo tuliwaambia tutawafanyia tuweze kuyatekeleza. But it is not tenable, it is not feasible that for another 3 years tutakuwa ni siasa ya mlima, siasa ya lakeside kwa kina Bishop Opio, siasa ya baharini huko coast. Tufanye siasa ya maendeleo ambayo itatuwezesha tufanye yale mambo tuliyoelezea.
Meanwhile, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has urged Azimio MPs not to interfere with the political crisis in Kenya Kwanza. Speaking in Kitengela, Kalonzo has also expressed the need for Azimio MPs to distance themselves from the motion to oust the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua from power.
A government that obviously has failed, and the blame game continuing. Mheshimiwa Mamai, nakushukuru. Wewe ni Azimio. I want to suggest mambo ya Kenya Kwanza kule kwa bunge, let them wanyoroshane huko.
Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni on his part has termed the plan to impeach Gachagua as a diversion to the leadership challenges being witnessed in the country.
Hizi vipindi zilichezwa tukaacha chakahora. Hii kipindi ilichezwa wakakula kondoo ya Uhuru. Hii kipindi ilichezwa wameenda na Jomo Kenyatta. Kipindi imechezwa watoto wako nyumbani. Kipindi imechezwa hospitali hamna madawa.
Kalonzo, who has claimed that MPs are being paid 100,000 shillings to sign the motion, has also asked his MPs not to be coerced.
But because they're going to tell us a lot, we want them to tell us a lot more, so that the country can be free. Lakini msio watu patiwa shilingi 100,000 unaweka sahihi. We don't want to go that way. Hey, before you sign, let us know what it is all about. We are not here. We don't want to agree to discuss those diversionary tactics. Jimmy atawaelezeni akipata nafasi. Without Finance Act 2024, there is no valid government in place. Hakuna.
And in the international scene, 6 people have died from an outbreak of Marburg virus in Rwanda. The health minister has announced. Sabine Nsanzimana said most of the victims were healthcare workers in a hospital intensive care unit. 20 cases have been identified since the outbreak was confirmed on Friday. Marburg, with a fatality rate of up to 88%, is from the same virus family as Ebola. It spreads to humans from fruit bats and then through contact with bodily fluids of infected individuals. And finally, a zookeeper has been mauled to death by a lion in southwestern Nigeria after he failed to secure the locks on its enclosure when he went to feed it. Police say the victim, a 35-year-old man, worked at the Presidential Library Wildlife Park owned by the former president in the capital of Ogun State. Local police spokesperson Omolola Odutola said in a statement that the lion inflicted serious fatal injuries to the man's neck. He said the lion was then shot to release its grip on the handler. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubanka.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, traffic still busy in the city this morning. We're looking at it coming in heavy on Limuru Road today, and it's coming all the way from Village Market, that junction, from Kitisuru, out towards Pangani on one side and Parklands on the other. Some of that will go through towards Chiromo, so that's busy. It's also busy coming off the Thika Superhighway, heavy in from Garden City. Even before that, we're looking at traffic coming in from Kasarani, hot. It's also busy on the northern bypass today. Not usually the case, but we're looking at traffic coming in from Mirema and then out towards the junction with Kiambu Road. That's busy. Kangunda Road also, we're busy for a minute, and we're looking at traffic also starting to build on Uhuru Highway. It's all coming in from different parts of the city. Langata Road, very, very busy traffic. There's traffic coming in from Magadi Road and then out towards Langata Road, through towards the barracks, towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Okay, all of that doing its thing, and the eastern bypass has also packed up quite some. So we are in traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 7 after 8. How are you doing? Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today, this final day of September 2024. It's Eric and Ndu. CT will be back next month. Yes, next month. Mm-hmm. So, I was telling you, star 400 hash. Mm-hmm. All right? Just do it right now. Do.
Star 400 hash.
Yes.
Got it.
What does it bring? What does it bring?
It tells me that I'm at Safaricom Home, and it's asked me to recommend and earn cash. Number 1, home fiber, get internet, 4G Wi-Fi, 5G Wi-Fi, etc., etc.
If let's say you go to home fiber.
Home fiber,
number one.
Voila, c'est ça. Then I can select an action. I can pay. I can get family share, fiber plus mobile data. I can even change my plan if I'm already on one, and I look at the different offers that are available.
That's when you have home fiber and you've already subscribed.
Yes.
That's how easy it is for you to pay for a renewed subscription. Easy like that. Okay. If you'd like to get onto home fiber, you get internet. Number 2, right? And once you get onto number 2, get internet. What do you get?
Okay, so let me go back. So once I get onto number 2 and I say get internet, then I go to different things. I can get internet for home, I can get a 4G router, 5G router, or Wi-Fi bumper, or internet for business.
Do number 1.
Number 1, internet for home. So I can be in the Nairobi metropolitan, I can be at Murema, actually mountain, number 2, or the Rift Coast or Greater Western. Seeing as I'm in Nairobi metropolitan, I go to Nairobi.
Choose Nairobi metropolitan.
Nairobi gives me doo-doo-doo. We are waiting. Oh, sorry, I can't because I'm already there.
I'm there. Nairobi Metropolitan brings you Eastlands, Eastleigh, Embakasi, Kajiado, Kasarani, Kiambu, Kikuyu, Langata, Makadara, Nairobi CBD, Ruaka, and so on and so forth. All those are in Nairobi Metropolitan. Okay? And it continues. Kabete, Thika, Juja. All right?
Yes.
Now, the thing is, Safaricom Fiber is available, like you said, Nairobi Metropolitan, Mountain, Coast, Western, Rift, right?
Yes.
Countrywide. This is an investment of over 10 years, continuous investment. They started in Nairobi, of course. They expanded to the other major cities. They went. Nairobi went into Mombasa, went into Coast, went into Western, went into Mountain, went into all those. Safaricom Home Fiber is available in all these places. That's why we say over 500 homes are so far connected. Over 500 homes is not just connection. It means that over 500 homes can stream entertainment if they want to. Over 500 homes, people can work from home if they wanted to. In over 500 homes, people can all be sharing Wi-Fi on different gadgets. You have your mobile phone, you have TV, you have your tablet, you have your computer, and each one of you is in the different room and you're all working and you're all doing whatever you're doing. Somebody is watching, somebody else is on X, somebody is listening to the Situation Room, somebody is watching the Situation Room, whatever.
You can do so many things. And you know what it is? It's absolutely endless possibilities. Things that you never have to leave the space or comfort of your room or office, your home, to actually do. You can connect with the world. You can watch whatever it is that you want to. You can be on proper connection with everybody at any time. So there are endless opportunities and endless possibilities. What we want you to do for us today is tell us, what endless possibilities have you experienced ever since you hooked up to Safaricom Home Fiber? Tell us those on our socials, SpiceFM KE, and we could award you with 3,000 shillings today.
Yep. How your life has changed because of Safaricom Fiber.
Yep.
Safaricom Home Fiber. Because of Safaricom Home Fiber, now I work from home. Because of Safaricom Home Fiber, I actually run my business from home. Or I've even hooked it up in my office, and Safaricom Home Fiber is helping me to reach a wider market because of Safaricom Home Fiber. They go where? Onto our socials. On
SpiceFM KE, on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. Just go everywhere where we are.
And we're giving how much?
3,000, Bob.
Do you know what 3,000 is? There's a bronze package for Safaricom Home Fiber. It's 2,999.
There you go.
Okay? It's like we're giving you a month bronze package. Okay? And Safaricom have said, okay, bronze gives you how many GBs per month? We are actually expanding in terms of internet speeds connection. It's 500 Mbps. They are doing more.
We'll give you more.
Yes.
Raise the speeds.
For everybody.
Absolutely.
For everybody.
It's good stuff.
Hi. I will give you the day's proverb. Just to remind you that proverbs for this week from the Gambia. Someone is saying that they think City gave us this proverb, a couple of, the African proverbs from Africa. And Gambia is in Africa. It's possible that we've actually done this proverb before.
It's possible.
People get fed up even with honey. People get fed up even with honey.
So the thing that you could see that would be the sweetest and you would give it to an arm and a leg for.
Yep.
You would probably get tired of it at some point.
Yep.
Or maybe, I just thought about it, that it could be sweet all the time, but maybe what you need to do is give yourself a break from it to really enjoy the sweetness at a later date.
Sometimes you get, it's sweet, you get used to it.
Yeah. So you assume.
So you're like,
you can't taste the sweetness anymore.
It's just honey. Yeah. You get fed up. It's not that the honey has gone bad.
Exactly.
It's just you. It's you who's taking it for granted.
Take a break and come back to it.
Before we move into this next conversation, let's talk about loop.
Okay. So, you know what? Imagine yourself, you had errands to run.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're in your car or you're in a matatu, whatever. You have to go from point A to point B.
Yeah.
So I have to get off here. I'm on Mombasa Road. I have to go to South Sea. I finish business South Sea. Get up, go. Then I have to go and take my advertising thing to the guy to actually now start putting up all over the place. Now I've gone to Nairobi West. From Nairobi West, I have to finish and I have to go down to the CBD to go to the bank, deposit money in the bank so that I can now start paying people who've done 1, 2, 3 for me. I leave the CBD. I then now have to find my way to Thika Road because I have to pick. Are you not tired already from me just telling you?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you can imagine a situation whereby all you need to do is download an app which connects all of these activities for you. You don't have to get down from anywhere to move money from the bank and deposit in your M-Pesa. You don't need to say, okay, I need to go see the bank manager so that maybe I can apply for an overdraft because my materials have not come and I need to start selling tomorrow. Or I need to actually get some more capital, so I need to go sit down, fill papers, sit before the bank manager and say, please, will you give me 3 million? No. Or to say, okay, I need to pay my utility bill. I have to go remove money, send to the guy so he can go down Standard KPLC and pay. No. All of these activities can be looped and you can actually be sitting in the comfort of your home making sure that all of these things are done.
Yep.
As an individual, as a merchant, so just doing your own business or somebody who owns a business, you can get all these things done just because you looped it. It's a lifestyle. Pay your bills, apply for overdrafts, apply for personal loans, set up your standing orders, advertise your business. I'm not joking. All these things on loop. Download it today on the Google Play Store, Apple App Store. Connect your life and keep it moving.
It's end of the month. You've got bills to pay. Maybe you're running a business and you have bills to pay. You need salaries to pay. You need to do this extra 2.5% shift. There's housing levy. There's NITA. There's other. Then you have rent to pay. You've got now to renew your subscriptions for internet. You need all those things. You can apply for an overdraft of up to 100,000 shillings.
Yep.
Just courtesy of Loop.
In the app.
Yeah. The next 1 hour, 2 hours, we want to talk about something. Lest we forget, we move on as if things have moved on. Okay? Just last week, we had this service in Russia where 21 caskets were out there. 21 families were looking at caskets that contained the remains of their young boys who got burned in a fire. They were told, all right, they started burials. We're moving on. Investigations are ongoing. We don't know what caused that fire.
Yeah.
There are very many other deaths that have happened in this country. We don't know. Lest we forget, there are people who have died. There are families that are still waiting for answers. As you see there, police and acts of brutality where some people have died. You've seen people crying and wailing because they have seen their loved ones. You have seen the quarry where young men in quarry were being hoisted down by their neighbors to go through garbage, and within that garbage were human remains. Investigations are ongoing. Many people have died.
Because we can't forget, and I think that we're at a place whereby, unfortunately, we are dealt with a lot of rhetoric, and we're dealt with a lot of things that don't matter. We're also dealt with stories as though they can be swept under the carpet, and I think we've come to the place where if we do not continue to remind ourselves about what really is the dire situation, then we do ourselves an injustice by not speaking up and speaking out. When we hear of the millions of shillings that are taken from this country on a daily basis, or how things have been wasted, that's one thing that ought to be paid attention to. When we hear about the very many things that have not been done, that is what needs to be paid attention to. But if I'm just going to take what happened in Quarry a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, we've forgotten about that. We've forgotten about the fact that people were killed, Kenyans were killed, and their bodies cut into pieces, whatever it is that happened to them, and they were tossed into a water-filled quarry. We also know that there was somebody who was arrested as an alleged perpetrator of these particular crimes. What else do we know about him? That he escaped from a jail cell here in Nairobi and has never been seen again. Who are these people who were killed and dumped in the quarry? We know of one person who was identified and she was buried by her family. Who are the other people? Do we know whether there are other bodies that are underneath that quarry, under that water? What is the reason why we saw a few days after this was discovered that it was now in flames and that somebody was trying to destroy whatever was beneath? How much value do we actually place on life? And I keep saying that once you're able to do that formula, to bring up how much value you place on life, then it'll be much easier for you to connect the dots between the value placed and then the action that is taken towards their health, towards their education, towards feeding them, towards making sure that they can do 1, 2, 3 in the nation. But are we numb? Have we become numb as a society? Have we become numb as a leadership and government? That when people have been found dead and mutilated in the manner in which they have been, that it is easy in a day or two to forget. And I think what we're saying this morning is that we cannot forget. That we cannot forget. That there's a responsibility of those who've been put in government as the vanguard of the people to ensure that once you see something like this, that you do all you can do to find out what happened, who did it, and make them and hold them accountable. We can't forget, because if we do, we can't blame anybody but ourselves.
We look at these killings, and now we've normalized killings. Yeah. We've normalized hearing that somebody has died. Okay, in some cases, they've died under what we suspect to be the hands of law enforcement officers. In some cases, we don't know what happened. Take, for example, the case of Rita Waeni, right? An autopsy on the severed head of slain university student Rita Waeni revealed that she was strangled and later decapitated. Chief Government Pathologist Johansen Oduor remarked that following the conclusion of a post-mortem examination at City Mortuary, he also revealed that a blunt object had bruised Waeni's head. The main findings were that the head had been chopped off from the neck at the level of C5, that vertebrae on the neck. There was bruising on the scalp caused by a blunt object. We also saw some fractures on bones. I can comfortably conclude that the cause of death was strangulation, after which she was decapitated and her body dumped. The 20-year-old's family positively identified the severed head found in Kiambaa Dam in Kiambu County. Oduor had earlier, when he received the decapitated body of this young girl, he had said, I have seen many. And that's what Oduor deals with. Oduor deals with bodies. He does autopsies on dead bodies. Johansen Oduor said, I have seen many. I've never come across something as emotional as this. This young girl was killed, her body found without a head. The head was later found so many kilometers away from where the body was found, from where she was last seen. Do we know who killed this person? There's been suspicion here and there. Have police arrested the person who killed Rita Waeni? What about the family? What's the family going through on a daily basis? When people move on, do you think Rita Waeni's family has moved on?
No.
And, said, okay, time heals. They are still wondering, what happened? What did our daughter do to deserve such a death? And there's a person who has a responsibility to give answers to Rita Waeni's parents.
Absolutely.
And this person is paid by taxpayers every month. We are at the end of the month. They have received a salary. And they're supposed to be giving Rita Waeni's relatives answers. Not just Rita. Those many other bodies you've talked about at Kware. The many others that have been dug up in Shakahola over the years. Since last year into this year, we are still digging up more. There's somebody who has earned a salary today and they're supposed to be giving answers to over 400 people who have said, we suspect our loved ones are here. There's somebody who is responsible for that. Unless we forget, we may forget and move on, but there are people who cannot forget, who cannot move on because there's no closure.
They can't forget. It doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't make it any less of a burden to bear that your loved one or the one who loved you is dead. But can you imagine a situation where you do not know? And let's just take June 25th as a date to start with. That 50 odd some days ago, there are many, many people who disappeared. Their family members do not know if they are dead or alive. We just saw, just so you can get an understanding, three men last week released from the hands of their abductors. We don't know who these abductors were. Their stories are still being told. Of the 3 men who disappeared somewhere in Kitengela and had been away for 32 days. They came back. Many would say that it was because of public outcry. Where are these young gentlemen? Let them go. What is the case? They were dumped in different parts of the city. How many more? Murioki's mother saw video of her young boy being bundled into a police vehicle on the 25th of June. Until today, Murioki's mother has not laid eyes on him. She doesn't know if her son is dead. She doesn't know if her son is being held captive somewhere. She doesn't know if her son has been abducted. She does not know if her son is being tortured every day. She does not know if her son is dead. She doesn't know. That's the picture that we paint of Kenyans in this country who've been taken, obviously against their own will. But for what purposes, till today, we still do not know. We still do not understand. We hear inklings of some of the things that they have said. People want to know why they were involved in protests. People want to know why they were involved in anti-government, whatever it is that you want to call it. But have we sunk so low that we can disappear people, not give any reason, not give any justification for their disappearance, and then they turn up on a lonely road at 3 a.m. one morning? Have we sunk so low? Have we devalued human life so much that you can torture people, keep them away for days on end, for almost months, and the families of those that they love and those that love them have no idea what is going on in Kenya today, against the backdrop of a promise where such disappearances would never happen again? How many are dead?
Many.
How many are floating along some river somewhere?
Many.
That they will never know about?
Many.
How many are locked up somewhere and their parents, their husbands, their wives do not know where they are? How many? And why is it okay to wake up every day in this country with security agencies and an executive and an administration knowing that those people are knowing that they've disappeared? How is it okay to wake up every day and to go about business as usual with that hanging in the balance? How is that okay?
How is it okay to report to work? Okay, to report to Parliament and go and just put it as a figure. So there's conflict between 2 government agencies. One is the state-funded Commission on Human Rights, and the other one is the state-funded security apparatus. How many people died during the demonstrations countrywide around June and July? Okay, one says 60-something, the other one says 40-odd. Which is which? Let's put it as a number.
Let's even
47.
say.
Okay? To those in government, 47 is just a number. But 47 are names of people. 47 is 29-year-old Wanjiko. 47 is 22-year-old Kagwera. 47 is Rex Masai. 47 is Kelvin Odhiambo. 47 are people. And people who are buried. And their parents and siblings and uncles and aunties and relatives just know that we know Rex was a good guy. And I was just called in the middle of the night and told, Rex has been shot. And I was told, go and identify him at the mortuary. And I went there and I found, yes, Rex had been shot. And we had to start organizing to bury Rex, to bury Wanjiko, to bury Kagwera, to bury Calvin Odhiambo, to bury... It's not 47.
It's not. And what were their
crimes? It's people. And lest we forget, nobody is in court today to answer for the death of this 47. So let's say according to Professor Kithure Kindiki, they're 47. Let's say they're 47. Who's responsible for their death?
Who's going to take responsibility for having killed them? None of them.
And we shouldn't say they're 47.
Mind you.
Because they're more than 47.
Absolutely. Those who've been killed that we know about, mind you, they did not just drop down to the ground. They were killed. They were killed and they were disappeared. That's what has happened.
Yep.
Somebody took their life and nobody's being asked questions about why their lives were taken. And what was their crime? That they stood up and asked for a better Kenya. That they stood up and had the will to say, we can do better than this. And stood up and said, you know what, no. If I have to stand in the street and protest, so help me God, I will. So that Kenya comes out of this better. And then you kill them. And you snuff out that voice, which is standing for transparency, which is standing for accountability, which is standing for good governance. And they're 47. Eric, even if it was one.
Yeah.
One is one too many. For us to go to sleep and wake up every morning and to continue counting that number one as though it did not matter, there is a fundamental problem. And that is continually the bane of this existence. Ask yourself why things are not going right. Ask yourself. Just ask yourself, why can't we just seem to get it wrong? Because what value do you place on life? Why is it okay for Morioki's mother to wake up today, again, September 30th, and ask, where is my son? Why is it okay that the 3 men who were let go from wherever they were being held, that every day for the last 32 days, their families, their wives, their daughters and sons, their fathers and mothers asked, where is my person? And then you below dignity throw them at 3 a.m. in the morning, at 1 a.m. in the morning, as though they didn't matter. And then you put it back in the hands and the mouths and minds of Kenyans to continue asking the questions about where were they, who took them, why were they taken? What about those who didn't make it? Those who are under the ground now, those who are underground at the ages of 22, 29, one who is unknown. They didn't just drop to the ground and die.
They've died.
They were killed.
And lest we forget, nobody is answering for these deaths. Lest we forget. And we're talking about very many deaths. And there are agencies that are tasked with finding answers and bringing answers. And the longer it takes, we forget that the longer we are dragging the pain of those that are waiting for answers. Simply because we've gone 18 months without answers for Shakahola doesn't mean that Shakahola is over. Simply because we have gone so many days without getting answers for who killed the protesters in June and July doesn't mean that the pain is over. Simply because we do not know who those women were whose bodies were picked up from Kware doesn't mean that the pain is over. There are people who are looking for them. Those people were Kenyans and they deserve justice. And justice is just getting the simple answer. Who killed this person? How did this person end up in this quarry? That's what we are asking ourselves this morning. And lest we forget, these are still live and active cases.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, going to highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 23. In a cloudy Nakuru, currently at 16. It's 16 and partly sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25, while in Eldoret it is cloudy at 17. We'll see highs of 22. Mombasa is sunny at 26 with highs of 30, while Malindi at 28 is sunny, going to highs of 31. Kisumu at 21 is cloudy with highs of 28, while Kakamega at 18 is cloudy, going to highs of 27. Kampala at 18 is cloudy with highs of 28 and lows of 17, while it's is sunny at 25 in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 24. Johannesburg, 8 degrees, sunny with highs of 20 and lows of 3. While into Mogadishu, it's sunny at 28 with highs of 31, 11 degrees and cloudy. 18 degrees and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 13. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, while it's mostly cloudy at 23 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A very busy Monday morning. What we're seeing with traffic this morning, quite some of that coming off of the Eastern Bypass, coming in all the way from Rwai, and it's coming through towards North Airport Road, so that's busy there. It's also busy on Jogo Road, heading towards Landis. Langata Road was doing the thing this morning, some of that going towards Raila Odinga Way, and the rest going towards Aerodrome. Now, between the Lusaka Nyayo Stadium junction of Uhuru Highway, and then through towards Haile Selassie, you're going to pass Bunyala on this side, the road coming in from Upper Hill, all of that is very busy. It's also busy still coming in from the Thika Superhighway beyond Allsops, coming in from Garden City. Very busy. Limuru Road, busy as well. And we're looking at Spring Valley towards Lower Kabete, still doing the thing right now. Okay, let's see what Monday morning opens up to be. The sun is trying to peek through those clouds. So let's talk. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We are talking about the unexplained, unresolved deaths in this country. We're getting to a point where it's almost like we are normalizing death.
No, absolutely.
A body turns up somewhere dead, mysterious, and we don't know what happened, and it sort of like goes, you know? Somebody is shot in the middle of the streets in Nairobi. Oh, they collapse and die. Then later it appears they were shot, and we don't know who shot this person in the middle of the streets in Nairobi. Very many cases of deaths that are unexplained and cases that are still open cases. More and more and more open cases. Some you can see, it's like what we've just been discussing. It is protests, people shot, people dead. Kithure Kindiki, the cabinet secretary, took on a lawyer's hat last week in Parliament and said, you know, as a law professor, I've got to say, the fact that somebody has turned up dead and shot and there were police there doesn't necessarily mean that they were shot by the police. That's one. There are people who just turn up dead in a quarry. 9+ bodies are picked up from a quarry, wrapped in gunias. What happened to those people? We don't know. Bodies turn up at a river, Rivayala, body. How did these people die? We don't know. We move on. We fire the CID boss. We bring in a new Inspector General of Police. But it's like that case goes with them. And the people who died and turned up in rivers just move on. The people who die. So a university student takes a selfie in Parliament saying, Mr. Speaker, I am here. Turns up in a quarry as well, floating somewhere in some dam. We don't know how he died. We don't know how he left his university hostel. He just turns up there, dead. and sort of we move on. We're just adding into, if you die today, you disappear, you die, your body turns up.
No
They'll be
biggie.
like, oh, okay, so that one died.
Just one of
Another
them,
file.
okay. Another file.
We are
Add to the
normalizing the idea that somebody can just die and you don't have answers for it.
You know, the thing is, Eric, absolutely, and that's it, that somebody can just die. That's true. By virtue of the fact that we are living human beings, somebody can die. You can, and that's normal. What we're saying here, however, is that the abnormality of these deaths and the lack of questioning into what happened and the lack of holding somebody responsible for this is what is actually going to turn up the demons in this country.
Yeah.
That is it.
You can turn up dead, but there is no death that doesn't have an answer.
Exactly. There must
You
be
are
an
in hospital.
explainer. This person
You
was
are
sick.
unwell. The doctors say, yeah, we tried our best. The person died while receiving treatment.
Yes.
Okay. You are in a vehicle. You are involved in an accident. You died. How did this accident happen? Those are the answers that are sought.
That's it.
It can't just be because, alikuwa kwa gari na ikagongwa ikakufa.
Even that, if somebody is walking in the streets and collapses, the person will be taken to hospital and they will be said, okay, what happened? Did they have a heart attack? Did they have a seizure? Did they have a stroke? There will be an explanation
There has to be
for
an
what
answer
happened
for
to
every
this
death.
person.
Even
Okay?
if you die in your sleep, there will be questions and somebody will have to come up with an answer and say, the probable cause here is this person was A, B, C, D. They suffered an aneurysm, they whatever, deep vein thrombosis, whatever
the case
this
may
is
be.
what caused the death of this person. You turn up dead somewhere and your limbs have been chopped off. Somebody has got to answer. Now, you know what? We have created in our institutions an institution whose job is purely that, to find out this person who turns up dead, how did they end up
How
here?
did they die?
Who are they? How did they die? And why? And that institution is the National Police Service.
I want to. I'm glad that
There's an Inspector General of Police.
Yeah.
There's a Director of the DCI.
I'm glad you've landed at that doorstep.
That is the person who we have tasked with saying, if somebody dies, you have got to find an answer.
And the assumption is already placed at your doorstep that because this person has died, you already do have an answer, but you are not giving it to people. The doorstep which you've landed on right now, remember what caused all this hullabaloo around the three gentlemen who disappeared from Kitengela?
Yep.
And then we had this whole dog and pony show and this circus around deputy or acting IG at that time, Masengeli. The reason why this whole thing went into court the way it did is because there were no answers for these three gentlemen. They had been missing for around about 20 days. Nobody knew where they were. And by the time this whole circus happened is when they said, look, tell us where these men are. You do not show up in court to give us answers. You also then will be punished for what you have not done. On the 7th day of the summons, remember, he then presented himself to court. And remember the issue, and this is my problem, the issue around why it started in the first place was the disappearance of these three men. It was not discussed. We then had a new IG installed on that day before he went to court. And then on that morning, the next morning, these three men turned up. From where? Who took them? There's no such thing as coincidence, in my opinion, when these things happen. You know what has happened. You know who's responsible. You choose not to do something about it. And that's why I'm telling you, this problem is a lot more worse than we actually think. For which there is no penance for these things that have been done to men and women who've disappeared and those who've died. Their souls will continue to cry out for justice. That is just the way it happens. And it is, I implore, I beg that you actually do something about it, because the outcome will be much worse than this thing that we're talking about today. But that we've gotten to a place where we normalize. What happened in Kitengela 2 weeks ago? Bodies were being removed from a dump site and we looked at it as though it was no big deal. We looked at it and was like, oh, bodies, dump site, okay, they found some more. Okay. And it's okay. At what point do you get by that? You've become so numb. The walls of the heart are so callous that you look at something like that and it is okay. Why is it okay? Okay, so maybe a grotesque death has taken place. Somebody's limbs have been chopped off. Somebody's head, somebody has been decapitated. And we don't have to look for answers for it because it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go to something that maybe will touch your heartstrings just a little bit more. 21 boys burnt to death in a school because nobody may have gone and killed them, but the principle is the same. That 21 boys died in a school. They died from a fire which we know could have been avoided. Are you being given answers as to exactly what happened? Are you being told that this is what we are going to do to ensure that it does not happen again? Do you see anybody speaking up and saying, it will never happen again, not on our watch, that we are going to do every single thing we need to do to ensure that every child whose shadows darkens the four walls of a school, a boarding school in this country, is going to be protected? Have you heard? Have you seen? Have you? So it then becomes, okay, 21 boys died and we'll bury them and it's okay. Whether it is somebody who's been decapitated, whether it's been somebody who's been dumped in a quarry somewhere and filled with garbage, or whether it's 21 boys who've died in a school, or whether it's 400 and something people and counting who are underground in Kenya today, the principle remains the same. That if you do not feel the urge or the need to give answers, to do something about it, to so secure your value and make sure that nothing like this ever happens under your watch again, until you do that, you're failing. Miserably failing, and you have no business doing anything else.
You know, there is absolutely no excuse. You know, we can play around with very many things, and that's what we are getting to. We are getting to normalize it and to make it sound like it's okay. But I want to remind us again that we have created institutions in this country, and those institutions are tasked with giving answers. It's as simple as that. I want to repeat, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you die. There will be an answer of how you died. Okay? It doesn't matter. You die in hospital, there will be an answer. This is what led to this person's death. And this one we can clearly see no foul play. If you died, if you just fall and collapse on the streets of Nairobi and you had a heart attack, and there has to be something that says, this is how this person died, no foul play, nobody culpable. If you die and there's foul play and there's culpability, then the next thing is the person culpable goes through a system called a justice system that we have established in this country that should answer that. And that's why I'm saying it's beyond the people who have been shot and we can see, okay, this one shot, most likely police. Sawa. It's beyond this person went and starved themselves. That's why we starved themselves in Shakahola and they died. Who's culpable? How did they end up there? It's beyond that. It's beyond Waini's family sitting there and wondering, how did our girl end up in this place that they say they found her? How did the body remain there, but the head leave and go all the way to Juja? It's beyond that. It's beyond somebody saying, oh, this person fell off a balcony and they died. So what happened? Did they jump? Were they pushed? What caused it? And the people who are responsible for giving us those questions, the National Police Service. Bottom line. And when we don't give those answers, then we are normalizing. It's okay for you to die. Well, if you turn up in a river, we can just say, we give it like a whole national thing, or it's extrajudicial killings and it's police officers, and we have done away with that police officer. And in fact, the squad that was dealing with these things is that individual people must be accounted for individually. If it is 10 bodies that are found in Rivayala, those 10 bodies are 10 people. How did each of them end up there?
I've seen something, and I think that is actually the fundamental problem that we're dealing with today, and it irks me to think about it. When somebody says that you dramatize an issue too much, and that right there is the problem. Because what has happened is that it has become so normal that when you hear people talking about the loss of life in this manner and that nothing is being done about it, that you've been so scarred that it seems as though somebody's making noise for nothing. But how did we get to the point whereby lives can be lost in the hundreds every year, unexplained, and you get to the point where you say, you guys, that's just drama? There is the problem. That exactly is the problem.
It's drama until it comes close
to your
to
doorstep.
You. It's drama until your brother, your father, your relative, your cousin, your uncle, somebody whom you are very close with, actually turns up dead in a river.
Unexplained.
Unexplained. After they went missing for an entire weekend.
Yeah.
And when you find them, you find that they were bludgeoned to death. And you don't know what happened.
That's when it ceases to be
That's
drama.
when drama ends. That's when reality comes in and you see it has come close to home. And that's why this idea of drama could be what I'm saying. We have normalized dying such that si alikufa.
Kelele ni nini si tutamzika. Okay? Really? So actually you're right. Maybe it needs to be dramatized for us to understand what we're really talking about here. That when you devalue, and we're going to use that word so many times today and as many days as possible, that when you devalue it so much that somebody can actually stand up today and because somebody opened their mouth in a way that displeases you, you decide that the best thing that you can do is to keep them in the dark, waterboard them for weeks, and that you can torture them to the point of silence, whereby you've asked for a vibrant people who will demand a particular kind of leadership and governance. And that you can think that is okay. That people are afraid to speak out today because they do not know if they will sleep in their homes tonight. That people are afraid to go to the streets to demand for good governance in a place where you call democratic because they do not know if they will be dead tomorrow. That mothers and fathers are begging their children, please stay at home because I do not want to bury you tomorrow. In a democratic, robust space where things like this are supposed to be happening, that you can speak up about injustice and that you can demand that a better Kenya be there for the people that will come after you. In a place where these things are happening, that the dramatization of it becomes something that is necessary for you to see that this is not how things are supposed to be. The dramatization is necessary for you to see, I repeat, that this is not how things are supposed to be. That you should be able to look at a police service and find refuge. That you should be able to look to a police service and say, please, actually do help me. Not that I am afraid of you or that I weaponize you for my own selfish gains. That's a problem. And I believe that we are more warped than we can actually imagine if we think that it is okay. That for you to see a body being pulled out of a quarry and it doesn't touch you in any way because there's no explanation, then we have more problems than we can even begin to imagine. More problems. That nobody is accountable. Nobody is accountable for the theft of money. Nobody is accountable for the loss of life. So what are we accountable to and for? And then nobody has to answer. And you can do whatever you want, however you want it, to your own satisfaction. And you're a human being. Nah.
How are we getting so desensitized to many things? You know, we've gotten
so much.
We have become desensitized to things. For example, for a long time we have now been desensitized to the issue of millions.
Now it's billions.
If it's billions, okay. If it's millions, 100 million shillings for
only 100 million. Okay.
For national dress, okay. 200 million shillings for Kenya House in Paris, okay. Yeah, if it's billions, that's when. In fact, even in billions, 2 billion shillings, 1 billion shilling, you're like, one. You look at it as one. 100 billion shillings, okay, that's becoming a very serious figure. We are desensitizing ourselves as a society to very many things.
But how do you become desensitized?
Maybe that's City would say is a condition. That because you are so battered, you actually desensitize yourself from the pain.
Absolutely.
If you find the people who live in the streets, they have become desensitized to the condition. The fact that you go and pick food from a garbage pit and you're eating it, Ordinarily, you wouldn't do it. But it becomes part of your life so that now you no longer can smell it. It doesn't smell bad. All you just need to do is eat it. It is so cold, it's been raining. Nairobi was raining overnight last night, right? It is so cold, it's wet, it's damp, it's everything, but you are a homeless person and you have nowhere else to go. You become desensitized to the vagaries of the weather. You're just looking for a place where you can shelter yourself.
And sleep and wake up.
You basically just numb everything off. We have gotten to a place as a Kenyan society where we are desensitizing ourselves from very many things. You do not want to accept that you can just imagine people dying and not found and disappearing and so you just you desensitize yourself to it. You're like, okay, wamekufa sawa, hiyo ni mbaya,
okay, sawa.
You move on to the next thing. You desensitize yourself to the issue of 100 million, 1 billion, 2 billion. You're like, okay. You desensitize yourself to the issue of children who are in grade 7 going into grade 8, going into grade 9. They don't know how they're going into grade 9. It's the same children. But because you're not in that situation, you do not want to put yourself in that situation, you say, okay. You desensitize yourself like that. That's why even today, unless you have a child in CBC, in junior secondary, if you hear at grade 9 preparation in jeopardy, 3 months to roll out, you're like, okay,
no problem.
If you hear that, these kids are the same ones who got into grade 7, and for an entire term they did not learn because there were no grade 7 teachers, and then there were no books, and that they were being taught by their junior primary teachers who were just giving them revision work for an entire term.
After all.
And then they got teachers, and they got one teacher who's supposed to teach them everything. Because you're not in that situation, you're like, okay, move on.
They'll deal with it.
Because you don't have a child in university or tertiary who has to now look at this new funding model and how much they ought to cough. Because you've got private insurance and you're thinking, well, private insurance, I'm going to be using my private insurance. When I go to the hospital, I'll be fine. You hear moving from she to sha to she.
No, it doesn't touch me.
We have, that's what we've become. And what is leading us to that position? What is it that's causing us be such kind of inhumane people? What is it? How can we just say, okay, they died. How many? And they're all women. And there are 9 bodies. And they're in a quarry. And they were in a gunny bags. And they appear to have, blunt force.
Or mutilated.
And they were mutilated. And they died. Wow.
It's terrible.
And we move on.
Like that.
Ati that Kaboy, the one whose video is going around on social media, the one who was in parliament, Ati is the one.
They found him in water.
He was found in water. He died. Wow. We move on.
637 people total now have been found underground somewhere just past in Kilifi County. Underground, dead. What happened? Somebody took them to church. Then told them to starve and die. Children, yes. They're still digging up. Yes. There could be more than 637. Yes. How many have been identified? Less than 100. Where are the remaining? They're in storage somewhere waiting to be identified, DNA analysis. There could be more underground. Yes. Are we going to exhume more? Yes. What's going to happen? We'll know. There's a court case going on. Okay. Shakahola happened when? 2023. We're in 2025. But see, we want to elect a president in 2027.
Let's focus on that.
People died going to run away from a situation so bad that they had to go towards religion, which Karl Marx said is the opium of the people. They found their own opium. So, they took themselves there. Under somebody, and then they died. Okay. Numb. There's a callus on that particular place. We'll deal with it when we need to. How many more do you want to keep piling on and piling on and piling on? And when did it become okay? My thesis is that it is not okay. And it will never be okay. It will never be okay because those things that you've mentioned, it is the same abiding principle. Whether you're talking about death, whether you're talking about corruption, whether you're talking about pilfering, not just grandiose stealing of public funds, whether you're talking about just not doing your job because, who is watching after all. It's the same feeling that you say, somebody died, okay, no, I have my own things to do, I have to finish. Same principle. And until you start to pick away at that principle and deal with it as it truly should be dealt with, we will continue to have these issues that we have. But we cannot forget that people have died, children have died, women have died, men have died, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters have died unexplained. And the people who took their lives are walking around free, and nobody is demanding any kind of accountability from them. And you say you have something in place that's going to safeguard the lives of people. It cannot be well. It must be sorted out. Those who committed these crimes must be brought to book and dealt with in the manner in which anybody else who committed a crime would be dealt with in this country. It continues to happen like that. We continue to have a problem so compacted that it's going to take decades to sort out. It's not okay to make people think that they have the upper hand when it comes to life. It's not okay. It's not okay.
And we cannot continue like that. We cannot and we shouldn't. Lest we forget, there are very many unexplained deaths that remain unresolved in this country. There are very many unexplained disappearances. People have not seen their loved one for days, for weeks, for months. All these things are happening in our country, and we are desensitizing ourselves from it. And we are saying, well, yeah, we move on. People are maimed. There are people who have suffered physical injury, lifetime injuries. No answers given. It cannot continue. It's 9 a.m. Let's get the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubanga Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has urged ODM MPs to distance themselves from the motion of impeachment. Gachagua has reiterated that if ODM cooperates with the Kenya Kwanza parliamentarians to oust him from power, then it will bring a bad image in the quest to Raila Odinga's AUC chairmanship.
Kama watu yake ambayo wanamusikiza sana watatumika kukoroga nyumbani kwao pahali yametoka, credentials yake kwa Africa itakuwa affected to a large extent. Na pia sisi kama atatumika kutufukuza, itakuwa ya kwamba ile rais alituambia anakuja kusaidia was not true, it was deceit. Alikuja ndio atufukuze, then ile rais aliniambia mimi rais tuliketi na yeye na nikamwamini. Na mimi rais namwamini kwa sababu hata tukiingia kwa hii arrangement mimi hakuna kitu tuliandikania na yeye. Lakini wengine wote walidemand aandike. Musalia ameandikania, Wetangula ameandikania, Kingi ameandikania, Mutua ameandikania, hata JB Muturi waliandikania. Mimi peke yake kwa sababu mimi ni Mkristo na mimi kwa sababu mimi ni muaminifu naamini wengine, mimi ni muamini.
According to Gachagua, if President William Ruto approves his dismissal, then it will be a big betrayal even for Kenyans.
Hata walipokosana na Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru hakumfukuza kwa serikali, aliwacha akae. Akienda idhinisha ati mimi nifukuzwe kwa serikali, itakuwa ngumu sana kwa Wakenya kumwamini tena. Hata hapa kwanza hapa kwa mlima. Hata watu wanasema tayari. Anasema akifanya hii hakuna kitu atasema hapa mtu amwamini because alisema mchana. Kila mtu akiona akasema mimi nitaketi vizuri na naibu wangu, nitamtunza, sitakubali atukanwe, sitakubali hangaishwe vile nimehangaishwa, atakuwa na kazi ya kutosha. Hiyo tayari imefanyika, mimi nateswa na hangaishwa imefanyika. Hiyo hapo hiyo uaminifu imeenda chini. Ile kuaminiwa. Sasa akiidhinisha ati watu waende waningatue kwa kazi, sasa yeye kuaminika tena hata akienda kanisani, hata akija hapa Meru, hata akienda Embu, hakuna mtu anamwamini tena.
It should be noted that the motion to oust Gachagua will be presented tomorrow at the National Assembly, with 302 MPs having already approved it through their signatures. Kakamega County Chiefs are continuing with grassroots mobilization to encourage residents to register for SHIF. Busotso East Chief Justice Mokoshi has asked residents to register for the program, which will solve their health challenges. It should be noted that SHIF will officially come into force on October this year, which actually starts tomorrow. The big question remains, have you registered for SHIF? Treasury CS John Mbadi has urged PSV drivers to observe traffic laws to avoid road accidents. Mbadi also asked them to renew their insurance covers, adding that strategies are being put in place to ensure that laws are adhered to by the transport sector.
First of all, public transport, we want discipline. There is a report which a task force which was constituted by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning to investigate and find ways and solutions on how to underwrite public transport. There are a raft of recommendations which I will liaise with my colleagues, especially in interior transport, so that we can see how to bring discipline and order in the public transport the way the late John Michuki left public transport.
And finally, the Ministry of Lands has connected the recent theft of security papers at the government printer to land cartels. In a statement, the ministry announced that the cartels steal such documents in order to print counterfeit land titles. However, the ministry was quick to point out that the stolen security papers were not title deeds, as had been previously claimed, but papers used for printing land ownership documents. It has since been confirmed that one officer working at the government printer has been arrested by security agencies in relation to the theft. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so where are we at a few minutes after 9 o'clock? Let's take a quick look at traffic still coming off the Thika Superhighway just at Survey, where your service lanes come to an end. So that'll be that for now. And on Waiyaki, where we still see some movement as well. Quick look at James Gishuru, where traffic has also eased up. On the Red Hill Link Road, as you cross over towards Kuna Road, there's a little bit of in and outbound traffic, folks trying to get out towards Waiyaki Way. As you approach Westlands itself, there is some traffic. King and Ring Road, West, Kileleshwa, also pretty busy right about now. All right, quick look at Jogoo Road heading towards Landis. Landis is now where we see some inbound traffic. And Uhuru Highway is going to be pretty busy for most parts of the morning. We're seeing a lot of inbound traffic to the city coming up here. All right, an eye on things. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, 10 years plus of investing in fiber connectivity across the country. That's what Safaricom Home Fiber is. Fiber, fast internet connectivity right into your doorstep, to your home. So people are now using Safaricom Fiber to connect for entertainment, for education, for learning, for meetings, for everything. It's just become part of your life. And because of that investment, over 500,000 homes are now connected to Safaricom Home Fiber, the largest market share in terms of connectivity. And that investment means that you've got to think about how best you can ensure that there is seamless connectivity throughout. So, for example, how does the fiber come to your home? Fiber comes to your home because it's a fiber cable, right? And it brings in data. How is it connected to the world? The undersea fiber cable. Where? Undersea. If that undersea fiber cable gets cut, and we see it happening all the time, then what happens? You have issues. So then Safaricom has got to invest, and they have done so in latency. So we have one line here that is undersea. If this one is affected, we have other sources to make sure that we are trying to ensure that you continue being online. We know that you need to continue being online because of infrastructural development. Some guy will go somewhere and start digging a road because he's been contracted. So you to do, so you quick alarms, you are as they're doing that, they cut cable. Now, Safaricom has been working as well with those responsible for this. Nairobi City County Government, Kenha, Kura, Kera, you guys. If you're telling someone to dig up a road, can you tell us where we tell them where our cables are so that they don't affect Ndu, who is in a meeting and she's zooming or teaming or whatever.
And then she gets cut off.
Right? That kind of continuous investment, that's why you need a company that's like that.
Yes, you go.
10 years of investing in Safaricom Home Fiber. Are you connected? If you are connected and you know that, yes, this thing has helped you, has changed your lifestyle, tell us how it has transformed your lifestyle. Go to our social media, SpiceFM KE on Facebook, on X, on YouTube. Tell us how. 3,000 shillings could be coming your way.
Exactly.
3,000 shillings is like a monthly subscription to the bronze package. Which is 299,999. Maybe you're on silver. Yeah, we are paying part of your silver for the next 1 month. Sir, yeah, maybe you're on platinum. We are paying part of your connectivity for the next 1 month. Sisi ni wale watu.
There it is for you. Loop your life, okay? And you need to make sure that all your transactions are seamless. You need to make sure that you're not running helter-skelter like a headless chicken trying to get things done. Well, Loop does that for you. And it's a lifestyle which you can embrace today. So all your payments in one place. Whether you are a business person, make sure you can also do advertising on this app. You can make sure that you can get overdrafts if you need to. You can set up standing orders. You can be in one place and conduct all your business from the comfort of this app. How'd you get it? You download it on your Google Play Store or your Apple App Store, and then you get to business. You can basically get into this lifestyle of Loop and get into this cyclical way of doing things where everything is connected to the other and you don't have to separate things in order to get business done. It's a lifestyle. Loop it today.
Kabisa. Again, let me remind you the proverb. The proverb today is from Gambia, right? And it goes something to do with honey. People get fed up even with honey. People get fed up even with honey. Let's talk about getting fed up. Are people getting fed up with these unexplained deaths, with disappearances? You know, we've become desensitized. Someone was actually reminded, just think about post-election violence in this country. Over 1,000 people died. In a short period of time, about 30 days, 1,000 Kenyans died. Many others lost their property. They were displaced. Others were completely maimed for life. Right? Where are we? That's a long time ago.
19 what? 2000? 2007.
We moved on. Since then, deaths happen. Death here, death here. You die, you disappear. You turn up in a river, you turn up in a dam, you turn up somewhere, and you die, and we don't know what happened to you. You're shot in a demonstration, you're buried, we don't know who shot you. Yeah. Let's go with law professor, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who says it doesn't necessarily mean that it was a police officer who shot this person. Okay, so who did?
Find out who did.
The only person who's supposed to give that answer is the police officer. Who shot this person? They've been given the mandate and the monopoly to investigate and find out what exactly happened. When people die and we move on, we are desensitizing ourselves. We are basically just removing the value of human life. That expecting that somebody, because they fell down a balcony and they died, it's okay. That because this person does sex work and they turn up dead, it's okay. I mean, what kind of work are they doing? No, absolutely no way. It doesn't matter who it is. Death must be explained. We desensitize ourselves from seeking answers. We are losing ourselves as a people. It just means that you can be killed and there'll be no answers.
There'll be no answers.
It's your people will just be sitting there and they'll be told there'll be no support. Oh, ye poleni. alikuwa mtu mzuri, msijali.
And that's the best that you will hear.
Yeah. And that's it. You bury, the family is left there with a grave that they look at every day and they're trying to figure out what happened. What happened to my son? My son was picked up by people who appeared to be police officers. He, alongside his cousin, they were picked up. They turned up. My son was dead. His cousin badly injured. I don't know who killed my son. This is a story told by one man whose son was picked up in Kisumu. Died just the other day. Even baby Pendo, child somewhere up in a balcony, bullet from where comes, shoot, kill.
Till tomorrow.
You're holding a child dies.
Till tomorrow, you don't know.
What happened?
Whose gun dispensed that bullet that killed that child? Well, I'm sure somebody knows, but in terms of answers have been given to our parents, they've not been given.
How
or to
have
the
we
nation.
become so desensitized? It's also possible to know that nobody knows because nobody went as far enough to find out what happened.
And that's the problem.
You open a case, another one comes, you close, you're not
keep
close,
it moving.
you move. So it's possible that nobody actually knows whose gun exactly shot this person. It's possible. It's not conclusive on a file. It's possible. Because you start, we move, we start, we move, we start, we move, we start, we move. You die in a school fire, you die, it's okay, you died. You die in a road accident, it's okay, you died. You are, it's okay, this happened. What? Why are we so desensitive? Why have we become so desensitive? We want to hear from you. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We are talking to the core, the fabric of us as Kenyans, as human beings. Why have we become so desensitized to the things that are affecting us? It starts with the value that we place to one another in human life. It goes into everything else. It explains why nowadays we talk about 100 billion shillings being lost and we're like,
no biggie. Yeah, and it's not a big deal.
You talk about, okay, see, this is how much, it was 100 million Simbaya. 100 million shillings.
Not bad.
You talk about, okay, someone went to stole title deeds.
367 title deeds.
300 title.
Don't worry.
They were stolen. Okay. How have we become so desensitized as a people? 0719-012-600. Let's hear from you. Robert in Nandi County. Hello.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, too. These things of shootings, I'm listening and laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Yeah, just assuming that a guy was shot in town today. And the police are called in, maybe a prominent person is being shot.
Yep.
And the police are called in to investigate. Do you think that case would stall more than 2 weeks before the person who shot that guy is found?
By end of day, somebody will be in custody.
So why is it that it is the police shooting the demonstrator? The same gun, maybe the same make, but then finding that person who shot that guy is so hard.
There's no effort.
Thank you. I think
there's no effort to solve it. And the question then comes, Robert.
Yeah.
Why is it that the rest of us are okay with it?
Okay, in Kenya, some time back I was in Nairobi. I was seated in a balcony somewhere. And then somebody's bag was just being snatched. And everybody is watching. Nobody's there to help. I think it is some habits and traditions that we've developed in Kenya. That when somebody is in trouble, shauri yake.
We just don't care about somebody else. You can walk by as somebody is getting mugged, somebody is getting stabbed in the middle of the street. But nobody
will take any effort to help that person. It has gone to even the shootings, even the ones that are looting our economy. Nobody cares. So long as amepata yake,
Wow. Let's go to other callers on the line, and Lydiah will be putting the name so we can call you out by name. But good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, Alex.
Very well, thanks. What's your name?
Moses, huh?
Yes, Moses.
It's quite devastating what is happening in this country. We can't have people dying left, right, center.
Yeah.
And when and we claim to have a government in place. My take on this is that the government clearly understands and knows it is right to protect the lives of Kenyans. But for sure, when you have people dying, and most of them they are from very humble backgrounds, this leaves a lot of questions unanswered. Now, and this is what is happening is what used to happen in the late 60s when we had an evangelical mind disappearing. To me, my call to the government is that they need to, to have up their game. This should stop. But most importantly, Kenyans should rally up. And let's look at what happened the other day at Ednah. Those 21 young souls, their mothers will never heal, let me tell you. But what is happening? People are just talking about let's revive the school. Nobody is being held accountable. And that's the tragedy in this country. Something happens, we just embarrass. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much. Francis, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the show, and thank you for calling in. Why are we so desensitized, Francis?
Eric, let me ask you, what is the opposite of a desensitized people?
The reactive people. Engaged, aware.
There are people who are sensitized. All right? What do you think is the best platform that we can use as a country to sensitize people?
Tell me.
It is you, the media. Okay? So we are desensitized because some people have also not been proactive enough to join in the quest to sensitize each other. Yeah. So the media, if they decide, they can say we are going this route, we are helping our country, we are helping our people. No more of this Gachagua nonsense. No more of this political nonsense. We are giving this nonsense blackout. We are focusing on this and this alone. And everybody will follow suit. But normally, I always see media coming up together when probably one of their own has been hit or has been affected. And this is a tradition that is in every other Kenyan. Unless it is one of my own, or unless it is me, that is when I will speak. Yeah? So I think people who already have a platform, like you guys, can lead, can be on the forefront, and take charge.
Francis, I don't know whether you're watching us, but for example, right now we're playing footage from the coverage of the quarry killings, where people's bodies were being picked up.
Yeah, I am watching you.
If a conversation were to continue in your homesteads, in your neighborhoods, in all our neighborhoods, that something has come up here. There's a matter that has gripped the nation. People have turned up women. Nobody knows who these women are. These women have turned up dead, and nobody knows how they died and ended up in gunias in a quarry. If these conversations continued in our neighborhoods,
it is always the strong who pull up the weak. Yeah. In the Kenyan societies right now, if I look out my window, I'm seeing weak people, people who are struggling with hunger, people who are destitute, people who are trying to look for jobs, people who are hopeless. Yeah. To a point where now they'd have to make a decision. Do I keep looking for a job, or do I go fight for a neighbor's child who was found dead? Yeah. Do I go about my business and try to look for school fees for my kids, or do I go out and protest because the government is doing this? Yeah. These people are so ravaged by a lot that is going on. Yeah. Now, who are the strong here? That's why I keep throwing the ball back to you guys. Yeah, I appreciate what you're trying to do today, showing footages and everything. Yeah, but this should not necessarily just happen once in a blue moon. If we could all decide that we are shutting everything down and we are focusing on this agenda continuously, you see, a tree, however big or strong its bark is, it will one day be brought down by one axe if it keeps hitting it on one spot for a long time.
Very good. The axe can be anywhere. Thank you, Francis.
All right.
Your point made.
All right.
Asante.
Thank you.
Victor in Nairobi, good morning.
Yes, Eric, how are you?
Very well.
So we are talking about desensitization. This aspect comes like kuna hii idea ya I have a lot of my own, so why should I bother? You know, that's one aspect that I've got mine. I'm going through them. I'm trying to work them out, and I don't need to add more, especially from the second party or. That's number one. So, and another thing, I must confess that I kind of get emotional today on your second hour when talking about the current situation in the country. Because a normal human being, you're supposed to have the picture. You're supposed to see that this is exactly what is happening. So when you feel comfortable, when you don't get to that point that you can really feel that, this is something wrong, this is touching, then... I don't know who the kind of person you are, but it's really, really sad. I have a son who is about to get to school, but when looking at what is happening, there is that, I don't know, is this really that my son is about to, this kind of life
get into?
It's really worrying. And lastly, Mr. Eric, let me ask, do you normally prep your visitors before maybe calling them to the station? Because when I listen to your conversation, I'm a truck driver. When you wear earphones, I normally listen to them. So everything tends to follow. The structure seems to be flowing. Every visitor mwenye nakujanga, I don't know whether they are telling us what we want to hear, but everything seems to be effective and efficient. But when ukikuja kwa ground, I don't know where the disconnect. I don't know where the disconnect actually, because when the visitors, all of them, the conversations, how these things supposed to work, at least there is no disconnect.
Victor, it's the reason we have this show every weekday morning, so we can ask the questions and also get your feedback so that we then know how to raise those questions. Thank you, Victor. Let's get from others as well. Otieno Luther in Kisumu, hello.
How are you?
Very well.
I'm very happy about what you are presenting today. And I think I'm making links in this country, parliament and political leadership. And I think also the press, like remember the 3 which were released, we have been looking forward to an interview with them live and all that kind of thing. But the other thing, if you remember the GMC thing, what happened was the young people who came out, they were not badly off. But the people who came to attack them were badly off. They were from slums and all that kind of thing. So there's illiteracy and poverty playing around here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ali in Mombasa.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Ali.
Fine. The Situation Room.
Good morning.
One of the best in our country.
Asante.
And you are asking why are we desensitized?
Yep.
I have to take a deep breath. Oh. The question is very simple. I have been employed by my employer because of my education, because of my experience, because of my creation when I was interviewed. Then at the end of the month, I'm supposed to get my salary.
Yep.
Is that my right or is it a favor?
It's a right. You've worked for it.
It's my right. So my employer right now is making a salary as a favor to me. That is how I can answer to the sensitization. It's a parable. I think if there's anything more than that, then one day you might ask to call me and I give a detail of what I'm talking about. It is my right. But unfortunately, my employer is making it as a favor. Maybe I should give him, maybe not, because it's not his right. Thank you.
It's a good parable. Thank you very much, Ali. We'll pick up more calls after the break. It's 28 minutes to past 9. Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning, we are asking ourselves, have we become desensitized as a people, as a country? People die, we move on. People disappear, we move on. They reappear, okay, we move on.
Yeah.
That's how we get to a point where we hear, our children are not in school, they're not learning because their lecturers have gone on strike. Why are the lecturers on strike? Because they haven't been paid. Okay, we move on. Our children are not learning because they are not teachers in grade 7. Why they are not teachers in grade 7? You know, we haven't hired teachers, you know, we move on.
And we move on.
Tomorrow, people turn up to hospital. In fact, already we're hearing that there are some facilities that are already saying there's going to be a new health insurance scheme. So this one, we don't know it. So we are not admitting people with this old NHIF. We don't know what's going to happen. People at that point, at their most vulnerable, at the point of need, we hear it. We're like, okay, those are teething problems.
We move on.
We move on. In the midst of that teething problem, somebody will bury their loved one. Why have we become so desensitized? Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly and we'll pick more calls. 0719-012-600. You can also post your comments on our live streams on YouTube and Facebook, SpiceFM.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start.
A special report. Good morning, kid. Leo, tupe our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders, eh?
Ku access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza Daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
The weather with Spice FM.
All right, so we're looking at sunny conditions now in Nairobi at 19, highs of 25 and lows of 15. 19 and cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 20. It's 19 and cloudy in Eldoret with highs of 22 and lows of 14. Mombasa cloudy at 28 with highs of 30. And we'll see highs of 31 in a partly sunny Malindi. Okay, looking into Kisumu, it's partly sunny at 23 with highs of 28. And at 20, it's cloudy in Kakamega with highs of 27. Kampala sunny at 20 with highs of 28. While Dar es Salaam at 28 is mostly sunny, we'll see highs of 31. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 11 with highs of 20, and Mogadishu at 30 is sunny going to highs of 31, while Addis Ababa at 18 is sunny, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 13. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, and Kinshasa at 25 is partly sunny going to highs of 32. It's raining Monday afternoon at 20 in Beijing, and cloudy at 15 in Paris. 14 and mostly cloudy in London to highs of 16. And Sunday night in New York is mostly cloudy. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 15.
Do you want to live out your life with the utmost convenience? A way of life that is empowered with the necessary tools and solutions to live out your life effortlessly? Then wait no more. Download Loop today and enjoy the best mobile money and banking worlds through a simple platform that delivers payment, credit, and saving services, while at the same time offering personalized journeys and deals to complement your interests and needs. Why wait? Just Loop it. Tune in to the Situation Room every morning and Spice Drive from 3 to 7 p.m. every Monday to Friday and learn more about Loop.
All right, so still looking at a bit of a tricky situation coming off of Raila Odinga Way going towards Ngong Road. It's busy along Uhuru Highway getting into the CBD, and looking at Landis Road, in and outbound traffic still pretty busy. So the CBD is probably the busiest of everywhere we're seeing this morning. It's quite busy coming off of Thika Superhighway as well. This is just at Survey as you get out into the city. And so we'll see some traffic also coming off of Limu Road going towards, Kiambu Road going towards Muthaiga Square. So it's busy this morning, keeping an eye on everything. Talk to us through it. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
26 minutes to 10. Let's hear from you continuously. It's 0719-012-600. Why have we become so desensitized? Herino Okoh says, as a nation, we've become desensitized to distressing events like death, violence, and economic plunder. We have sunk low. Some Kenyans are endangering the country with their bad behavior. We've just become completely, as in things happen, you're like, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Is it social engineering?
Is it social engineering that people want to get? Look, I mean, we can't run away from what possibilities are there. But don't you think it's easier to govern over a people who've become numb? Or to govern over a people who've, just become docile over the way things are happening? Then it's easier for you to put it across a particular agenda, that if people are not going to ask questions, are not going to be robust in the interrogation of certain things, you can basically get away with murder. You can. That if the soul has left behind the eyes, then nobody's going to ask questions. And then you can rule with wanton abandon. Nobody's going to ask you anything. Makes sense. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but hey.
Like it's okay.
Nobody's asking questions. People have become, again, numb. What is numb? That you touch and there's no feeling. That's it. So the likelihood of them going to ask questions or demand anything of you then decreases significantly because you've numbed them. What does numbing do in a hospital setting? It dulls the pain.
Yeah.
And then you can do whatever you want with that area while it's numb. So, if you want to be able to do what you want, you keep numbing the area. That's what happens.
Hi. Biwot in Nandi, hello.
Hello, Latiff.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Have we become desensitized? Do you agree?
I do agree.
Why so?
It is because of the leadership. If Kenyans can understand the type of leaders that we have in this country, then you will understand why we are desensitized. Because look at the way you have played those things from the quarry, all these things to do with Adani. Who is concerned? It's only you people from the media that are trying to tell the Kenyans what is happening in this country. But the leaders that we have in this country, oh my brother, we have a problem.
They don't feel a thing.
Nothing. Where is the president? Where is the deputy president?
Going home.
What you are seeing now is just only fighting. Fighting over, maybe the way I may think is they are fighting over the bills. The Mwananchi has no business.
Be what? Thank you for your call.
I am telling you. Thank you. I am telling you.
Mary in Mombasa.
Yes.
Please switch off your TV or radio.
Okay, I have. Now,
Yes.
the only one thing I would like to say is, do you remember when we were told choices have consequences in regards to choosing bad leadership?
Yep.
Now, this is where we are. Our choices have made us get this far. We are an embarrassment to ourselves. World over, people take Kenyans to be so goofy. But again, the one thing I'd like to talk about is, I was born and raised in Mombasa. There's a time I was in Nairobi and I realized that in Nairobi is the only first place I realized people can be robbed in broad daylight when others watch. So now, that's how insensitive, partly, some of us who were born and brought up in Mombasa think Nairobians were partly. But again, I came to later on realize that it's something that has spread out and it has infected so many people's hearts. People are so insensitive. People are so, I would say, full of sick hearts.
Yeah.
And it's quite scary.
It is scary, Mary. Thank you for your call. John in Mombasa, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, special room, for the good work you're doing.
Sante.
Mine, I'd like to summarize it and say, I think it's social engineering.
Social engineering?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not here to know whether it's by default or by design. We have a problem that we call big man syndrome. But the one I'd like to say is whereby the poverty have been weaponized. Weaponized in a way that you're made to be always on survival mode. When a man is on survival mode, he's always on where will I get the next meal?
Yeah.
Where will I get the rent? That in the mind, there's no iota of space to think of things that matter. So that's why you see the government have made sure that the rich are so few and the poor are so many. And then these big man freedom have created this scenario like inferiority complex in a way that we don't really matter. If you go to a hotel and you want to enter and you have a small car, you'll be stuck. If you have a big car, you'll be stuck. So it's like we allow these big people to dictate exactly what our life should be. We have become mechanical or some kind of zombies. And that's why in Kikuyu people say we have become together. I think that's what alien.
Thank you, John. Well, read some of the comments. What are people saying on YouTube, live stream?
Yeah, just looking at some of those comments this morning. I mean, quite some. You know. Okay, I don't even know where to start. I think we need an apology, is what someone says. We should learn to prioritize Kenyan issues, not personal ones. Thank you for being champions of better Kenya. As we look at some more of these, it's like, you know, we have a long way to go if this is the kind that we have elected. It goes on. You watch. Okay, I think we just missed so many. Okay, it was just a slip of the tongue.
Let me pick this one by Chris. Chris says Kenyans are a docile lot and the political class takes advantage. The reason the leadership in politics and the corporate world run roughshod on us. Good thing that Kenyans are changing and they're changing fast. Victor says, I want to blame the movies. Killings in the movies seem normal. Too bad that has translated itself to the real world. Mahad Hassan says he's an optimist. We are close to the point where the last hair shall break the camel's back. Kenyans are of right mind now, and this shall translate to the right leadership. I think so much happens around us that we fail to pay attention whenever it is needed. Today's society, has made sure that we are too distracted to give a damn about the things that matter.
Indeed. So here are some more. This is deep and it hurts. It's sad. I'm getting emotional. Someone killed them. Someone paid by taxpayers' money. Sometimes I ask myself, why do we even pay taxes? Margaret says, it reminds me of the yesteryears of the 90s when people used to be tortured and some of them were never heard of again. Juguna says, lost for words. Kenya, God have mercy on all of us. We're in a very dark moment. For those bereaved, our prayers will get there. One day Kenya will be safe. Those in charge of, instead of giving answers to these poor families, we're talking about things like impeachments.
Yep.
So we're looking at, just remembrances of some things that have happened. Somebody who disappeared was shot and like nothing happened, like it is a cowboy country. Gohil says, there was a time when one could not even whisper opposition. Current ones are birds of the same feather.
Things just happen.
Yeah.
Somebody is shot at the gate to their home. All right.
Left there.
Leaflets spread. Okay. Somebody is shot while walking on the streets of Nairobi. Don't know where the bullet came from. Actually, they die, and people don't even realize that she died because she's been shot. We still don't know. Are we talking about an incompetent police? No, absolutely no way.
Competent.
Very good. Samson in Kisumu, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
Have we become desensitized?
Lest we forget. Now it's 1 year since we sang the Luwere song for Her Excellency Mama Mukami Kimati. The country is still waiting for the blueprint burial for Dedan Kimati. Kindly find and ask what has happened. It is muted. That is what I have.
That's true. Thank you, Samson. Joe in Nakuru.
Hey, Eric.
Hello.
Myself, I was just looking at the quarry dam site thing that you are displaying there. And then when I look at the crowd which is around there, it can be anybody. It's not about tribe. It's not about status. It can be anybody who could have been dumped there. And then actually when you look at their role actually in the whole issue, we are seeing actually people, some of them actually like they are just spectating, and others are participating in removing the bodies. The people have totally been abandoned by the government. That is the law the government should have been playing. Lifting those bodies, ensuring that their place is secured. Because it's a site, actually a crime scene. Get all the details and updates to the people. And tell them what is happening, and this is how we are dealing with it. But incidentally, the government is nowhere. You only see them shooting people who seem to be trying to find out what's going on. Instead of doing the right thing, the people are only trying to be there for one another. That is definitely an enterprise. They've got no systems to take. Systems to take care of such situations. Right now, where they are seated, they are not thinking anything on how to deal with the interests of the people. There are no systems. And I remember actually when we had some rainy seasons, actually, where a police officer, his vehicle derailed, and actually he had guns, actually, and instead of the police coming to rescue the body of a policeman, their colleague, the people are the ones who are like pulling that car out, and assuming actually he had a gun, it could have ended up in the wrong hands. They cannot even take care of themselves. We had a senior officer in the military who died, and then we were told 3 months down the line we're going to be told what's going on. Nothing goes on. What are we talking about? We are sliding to a situation of anarchy. It's not going to be actually like it's going to come from anywhere. They themselves, they can't take care of one another. They're going to start fighting. Sorry to say that the Gachagua or whatever is an epitome of things happening. And bottom line, we are going to come to our senses because it cannot go on like this. Kenyans have seen good options of leadership, like when Kibaki was there. They have stated good life. For them to be there, definitely is not going to be cited, unfortunately. The people who are provoking it is the government itself, abandoning its role of providing solutions. Now, what do I think the government should do? urgently sitting down and developing systems. I'm sorry. When even the people who are employed actually within the system are only relatives and cronies, they just sit down, provided they are earning a salary. They are not trained on any skills. They're not going to be getting bothered. What's going to happen? Those people, even themselves, are going to be a problem. And they're already a problem because they're earning salaries. They're not doing anything productive. The government requires total transformation, dealing with the issues from where they are, and act in a professional and accountable way. Like policemen, why should policemen just be approaching people like goons and then telling you, actually, you're a policeman here, you cooperate, and then you disappear? People are likely to start resisting. And what is going to happen? Chaos.
Thank you,
now,
Joe.
We need,
Joe.
we need total transformation. That's my position.
Asante. Amos at Bomas, hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Amos.
Now, picking from where the last caller has left, we need total transformation, which is okay. But I'm also sorry to say that fools are too many in Kenya. We only become real when things are real, like now what is happening. After that one, nobody always cares. Tunaanza kusema mtu wetu and the rest. But when now the time comes for us to make change, right now we can point mistakes, which is very okay. But when the right time comes for us to now do the right thing, then now we go back to our normal dealings. And then now we again come out and start crying that things are not working. So how do you expect the things to work if you are the same people who are supposed to streamline things? We are not. I can say we are fools. So
Amos, how can we change that situation?
We call for accountability and responsibility. Most of these things we are seeing now, we still have the power. Even for recalling, those powers are there. But do we use them? We are not using them. Why? Right now, people are regrouping because of this talk for the impeachment. Now, what the other side have said, Mutuetu. When these people were talking the other time saying the shareholding and the rest, nobody ever questioned. It was people were happy. Now that it is on the other side, it is now Mutuetu. So until when will we be in this mess? I think we've not had enough. That day we'll have enough, and then I will sit down and say now enough is enough, and that change will come. But for now, the circus continues.
Thank you, Amos. Ndu, you've asked that question. What will it take? What will it take for things to change? What will it take for people to actually take it upon themselves to be agents of change?
Well, absolutely. And I think that's the thing, that you usually find that it's a wall to pushed to the wall situation that is going to get anybody to start to think or act differently. And it's unfortunate, but that's true. That if there is a numbing that has happened, that is a callus has formed over, the minds of many people, not necessarily of their own fault. But if you find that is a situation, usually things are going to have to get much worse for folks to be able to realize, hold on a minute, we cannot continue to live like this. That there's something that happens through because the numbing cream, when you put it on, it'll cease.
At some point, it'll wear off.
It'll wear off at some point.
Yep.
And you come back to reality. My mind goes to the video that we saw of the lion in the wild, and it had been tranquilized so that they could do a procedure on it. And during the procedure, some of the tranquilizer started to wear off.
The lion came too.
And the people who were administering the thing took off in different directions. Is that what you're waiting for to happen in Kenya? The numbing cream will wear off at some point, but it's going to have to get to that point.
One of the problems is that the people who are handling this lion don't think it's a lion.
They don't realize what it is.
They do not realize that this is a lion. They think that this is just like a cat.
We can pet it and coo it to silence.
Yes. Or a little bird. Like a hummingbird, or
and that you can really continue controlling it as much as you like.
That even if it wakes up, you can still control it.
Yeah. I think that it is when the tranquilizer wears off, or where the numbing cream loses its strength. But it's unfortunate, but it appears to me that an adverse incident is going to have to take place that is going to be the thing that breaks the camel's back. It may be possible
that, the cream has worn off, but we are so used to that pain that you actually just don't realize. And I think the point here, and many of the callers have said, you know what? How about we just look back and interrogate ourselves? It's not sliding into anarchy. It's just making sure and deciding that, you know what? No. We deserve better.
We're not going to take this anymore.
Yes. There was that demonstration in June. No. It's not about anarchy. It's just about coming out to say, no, follow due process, but this is not the process, and we're not prepared for this. We want better. We want more accountability. We want to make sure that we are getting what we deserve.
That I have a right to wake up. That I have a right. That a Kenyan has a right to protest in the city and not be shot to death or not be abducted and disappeared for 32 days. That a Kenyan has a right to do that well within the Constitution, which is what everybody upholds and quotes the articles and the numbers and the verses time without number. That you have a right to not be disappeared. You have a right to not be killed. You have a right as a Kenyan to access education. You have a right as a Kenyan to access health and proper infrastructure and to not have public funds stolen. You have a right. And to then be able to exercise that right within the tenets of the Constitution, guess what? It's also yours as well. You know? That can you hope for a Kenya where things like that actually happen?
You have a right to walk through the streets of Nairobi at any time and not fear that you're going to be mugged.
Absolutely.
All right? And the reason why we've put in systems is to make sure that you remove the muggers from the streets. It's not just a right of things that should not be done to you by your government in terms of state agencies. It's a right of the things that the state agencies should ensure so that you protect your life and property. That you cannot just go home today, you're running a business in Gikomba, and tomorrow you come and your entire stock is burnt down and there's no answer.
There's even
absolutely no answer. That, you go start and rebuild yourself from scratch in Toy Market. You put up your stock. 3 weeks later, a fire, and nobody is answerable for the fire. That it can't happen like that.
It's not.
It can't happen that you can be called and told that your friend, your brother, your relative, your uncle is lying in KNH or in whatever Mama Lucy, whatever hospital they were stabbed, and you don't know who stabbed them. Ni wakora hapa hiyo area inakuanga na wakora, and when you go to the cops kuna wakora wamekuwa wakioperate hiyo area. And it just goes on
like that.
And now you're told next time, please make sure that you're home by 5. Don't use this road past 1 p.m.
Instead of doing the thing that is supposed to ensure that you can walk there at 1 a.m.
That's the job.
You can walk at midnight.
That's the job. That's the job.
It's not your job to circumvent a terrible situation and say, actually, we're going to blame you for walking here past 5 p.m. As opposed to, it's the same thing that Wanjiro Kikoni was talking about the other day. That instead of you to do the job which ensures that certain infrastructure is set up in certain places, what you do, you go put up a police post. No. Ensure that the thing is working so that you don't have to have these stopgap measures in this place. Don't say you can't walk past 5 p.m. because there are thugs there and that perhaps you'll be abducted. Are you kidding? How about you make sure that I can walk here at midnight because there will be nobody there to abduct me?
Yep. Make sure that we're not doing harambes to take a child to school. A child has worked so hard, scored high marks, has qualified to go. Everybody qualifies to go to high school, has been admitted to a high school, cannot afford to pay school fees. We are going to have NGCDF, so we give them 1,000 bob and still have that child not going to school. Absolutely no way. That child has a right to go to school without wondering whether they will come to school next term.
Or not.
That child has a right to go and pursue their dreams. It is a constitutional right. Every child in this country has a right to free and compulsory basic education. Not the thing of at your bursaries, that's why we need CDF. That's absolute nonsense. Matthew in Nakuru, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Morning.
It's whatever topic you're having is so heavy. If you actually take just a minute to critically look at it, things happen and you even wonder, are we living in a jungle? Because even in the animal world, there's some order.
Yeah.
I represent the digital taxi fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
last week there's one of our drivers from Mombasa who was actually kidnapped from by actually a client. The vehicle was recovered yesterday, and the client who made that request on the digital app is the one who was found driving that vehicle.
Aye.
The female driver right now is we're still trying to like find out where she is.
What?
You know, this actually this is a matter. Mid last month, we had a meeting with MOT and the NTSA, and we were telling them digital taxi drivers. For me to drive a digital taxi, you get my details. You have I have to have a good contact. My vehicle details are there. You know, I have to like fully identify myself and all that. But what of the clients that we ferry? You know, I will receive a request on my phone to pick up a client with letter A. You know, even the phone number that they're using, when you try to call them, the call does not go through until that client calls you. You know, you're going to pick an anonymous person you do not even know.
Systems must work, basically, Matthew.
Systems must work, basically.
Yeah.
You know, and what hurts the most is we've been talking about this year on end. You're told that it's going to be looked at, and the years go by, nothing is done. It's a sad affair.
And there's a family
right now, we're discussing impeachment when there are matters that are so grave.
When there's a woman who's missing.
You know, earlier on during your show, this guy from UDO was telling you that, you know, this is something wrong. And I was like, what are you saying? You know,
Matthew.
it is right now, it's actually super annoying. I will tell you that for free.
Thank you for your call, Matthew, and thank you very much for tuning in today. We're coming to the end of the show. Lest we forget, there are very many major things that we need to see happening in this country. Lest we forget, when you talk about 100 million shillings, that's a lot of money. When you talk about 1 billion shillings, that's a lot of money. It cannot be just a small amount. Kenya's biggest conversation will be back tomorrow. Have a lovely day. 8 now, 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Assembly's Health Committee will today question Health Cabinet Secretary Deborah Baraza over the procurement of a new 104.8 billion shillings ICT system for the Social Health Insurance Fund. The system, set to be rolled out tomorrow, has drawn sharp criticism from lawmakers over concerns about corruption, single sourcing and the exclusion of key government bodies during its approval. The MPs have questioned why the Ministry of Health opted for a new system, bypassing the existing National Health Insurance Fund infrastructure, which has been successfully serving millions of Kenyans. Committee Chairman Ndebes MP Robert Bukose has also raised concerns that the procurement process for the SHIF system lacked transparency and could lead to financial misuse. You only have today to register for the Social Health Insurance Fund ahead of tomorrow's planned rollout. The government said it will fully implement the new health insurance scheme on October 1st, eliminating the National Health Insurance Fund. Social Health Authority